black sun in the hizzle, all for shizzle dizzle. We got an excellent show here today. We're going to just have an open panel. We're waiting on Ron to get here, waiting on MD. Hopefully, Che will show up. I don't know if it's too early. We got people on the West Coast. We got people in Colorado. We got people in California. Shout out to Latina. Let's give a shout out to the chat. Shout out to Femi from the chat. They love and Cool Gamer. Hey, shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. New segment, new segment. Me, Ron, and MD, we have all joined together. So we all, if you're on MD's channel, you're going to be seeing me. If you're on Ron's channel, you're going to be seeing, like, all of us, we're all going to be doing shows together. We're going to be shooting, shows here and there and everywhere. And we're going to expand this thing. And we got some folks in England. Shout out to the people over in England that be watching. So, as y'all know, I made a video earlier and I'm waiting for Ron and MD to get here because some really interesting stuff in the news today. And I do want to share it with y'all. We got some very interesting stuff. As y'all know, I'm in Georgia and I am one county away from Fulton County. And yeah, got some new news today. So, what a lot of people don't know outside of Georgia is that Sidney Powell, one of the co-defendants in the case of Donald Trump, is actually was one of the top DAs in the state. So when you have somebody like Fannie Willis, who was under Paul Howard, who was a terrible DA, and she was under him, Fulton County, one of the worst counties, but we'll say that for another show. Sidney Powell, I believe she was up in Gwinnett County, I want to say. Don't quote me on this, but hey, we're here. What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to she, man. Shout out, man. Shout out to the chat. So, yeah, we have a case of two defendants because there was 19 altogether. Fannie Willis wanted to combine all of them together. Judge said that's a no-go. That's really that. Like, what are you thinking? We can't do that. So, two of the defendants, one being Trump's former attorney, and one being hold on, let me pull these names up so I can get these names just right because what we want to do, we want to get a perspective of who and what we're dealing with in this case. So as y'all know, Donald Trump has been indicted here in Fulton County. And, not only is, I think Chesborough was a former attorney. What's his name? The ex, hold on. Let me pull this thing up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just forgetting names here tonight. Let's see. Let me pull this up. You guys, I'll welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. D Love, Gamer. Wait, Femi from the chat. Okay, you said. Okay, I do that too a lot. We be typing real fast and be so. And if y'all want, the panel, if y'all want to hit the panel, MD's channel, Ron's channel, Facebook, I'm gonna have to start streaming on Rumble too, man. Rumble, I have to start streaming on that platform. But like I said, we're just now starting this whole thing off, and like I said, combining all three channels together. Let's get Facebook over here. Okay, so let me pull this down. Let's see. Let me pull this down and go to pull this info. Okay, so we got these two videos right here. I'll just do this one. Let's see. Okay, we'll mute that out and we'll get ready to play that one. So let's see the other article. I believe I have an article on this. I'll just read that. Like I said, I shared earlier the article. This is by the Daily Mail. And okay, let me do a share screen. Okay. So yeah, basically this is what we're looking at. So I think Fannie Willis, the idea, and that's why I can't wait until MD and Ryan get on here because they were harping about how Fannie. I think that was MB that was saying like, oh, Fannie Willis, she's ready to go. She's ready to go. Okay, and then I remember how Ron and MD were talking about how they're not going to separate the cases, and they're going to basically they're going to have all this done before October, before this year, before the election. And I was just looking at both of them, and I'm like, and MD should know better. He's from Georgia, like I am, and I'm just, no, actually, Ron stays in Georgia too. So I'm looking at them like, you're looking at a person who's dealt with Fannie Willis's boss, that being Howard, Mr. Howard. And let me tell you, these cases, you can't, I don't care how much you try to rush them, especially when you have 19 co-defendants. It is impossible. Even when everybody agrees, the prosecutor and the DA, they agree on having a speedy trial. Things just don't work out like that. They never do. They never have, especially here in Georgia. I have never seen a case. I follow a lot of cases. I've been in the case myself. And let me tell you, it's unheard of, especially when you have that many people of such a high caliber case. So now let me just play, let me share this article with y'all. Let me share this article and we're going to read this. Let's share screen. Again, I'm gonna assume MD is in another state and Ron is off, still at work, because they have not replied to my earlier post. I said Trump won't stand trial in October. Judges reject Fannie Willis' bid to have all 19 co-defendants in Georgia election case be tried together and warns they could all be split up. This is the judge. Again, this is the judge. This is straight from the judge over the case. He is saying that more than likely we're going to have to split these cases up. And so a Georgia judge ruled Thursday that Donald Trump and 16 other will be tried separately from Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesebro. So Sidney Powell is the former DA, one of the top, they call her the super DA in here in Georgia. So she knows every play. She knows every single playbook in the legal field. That is Sidney Powell. Kenneth Chesebro is a former attorney, just like Rudy Giuliani. He's a former attorney. So you got some attorneys that know the game. And I don't care if you're from like New York, Georgia, California, Colorado, Chicago, Texas. All these court systems pretty much have the same template, the same format, the motions and all that stuff. It's, they're pretty much the same. And whatever Fannie Willis decides, that thing she's going to throw at, let's just say like Rudy Giuliani, he may not be familiar with Georgia laws. Sidney Powell is familiar with all the laws, all the tricks of the trades. Remember, again, Sidney Powell, remember this, people. For those of you who are not familiar with Georgia, she was our top DA, our super district attorney, our super prosecutor. Yes, she was. And Fannie Willis does not have the experience. She does not have the man, she can't touch Sidney Powell. So it's going to come down to it. And, Sidney Powell knows how to play those cards too. So let's keep it moving. Let's see the chat real quick. Let's see what's going on in the Chizat. Oh, Jesse, what's up? Hey, Jesse, I sent the thing to you. Peace, I gave you the wrong email. I put in your right email, Jesse. So yeah, Jesse, as soon as you accept it, you're ready to go. You're ready to go. You can sign in. So everybody, man, shout out to Jesse. That's Che, man. Che, he is the fourth person to jump aboard this train, this political train that we are going to do. Like I said, me, MD, Ron, and Che, we are the four horsemen of the political realm. Of Black political talk, let me talk to y'all. Let me talk to y'all, because it's all kind of sectors in YouTube. You got manosphere, womansphere, you got the conscious community, but you don't have the four horsemen of Black political talk. You don't have it. Now you have it. The arena is it. The arena, we are the four horsemen of the political talk. Oh, shout out to Executive Sessions, man. Yeah, get out the popcorn. Get out the popcorn, because it's about to get good. I'm waiting on Ron and MD. I'm waiting on Ron and MD. That's who I'm waiting on. Yes, that's who I'm waiting on. Especially MD. MD, you know better. See, Ron is kind of, no. Ron is not new at this. Ron, he's a seasoned vet with local politics. He's just not seasoned on international. See, Ron tries to check me on the whole Ukraine and Russia. No, Ron, you're out of your league on that one. But, he's kind of gives me a little fight on local politics, even though he's supporting an 80-year-old man with dementia who sits up here and goes to different countries and talk about John Wayne and the Mohicans, talks about how his handlers have him doing this and that, and how he wants to go to bed. Yes, I'm talking about Joe Biden. Yes, I need to go to sleep, Joe Biden. He said it himself. Oh, he said it himself, y'all. So, man, do I need to play some clips? Do I need to play some clips tonight, y'all? Do I need to play some clips? Because I know when I start playing clips, people start jumping on the panel. It's not when I read like articles like that, and I'll be like, womp, 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 womp. I'll show y'all the facts. Y'all don't get crunk until I show videos. When I show videos, then y'all tend to goddamn get crunk around here. So let me show some videos for you Biden supporters out there. Ron, this is for you. This is for you, Ron. And again, me, Ron, MD, and I believe Che, we're all independent. We're all independent. But even within our political independence, we all have various views. We all have various views on politics. I believe Ron said he was supporting Cornel West, and he was saying now, quote me if I believe Ron said if Cornel West don't make it, then he will support Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is better than Donald Trump. Is that so? So I'm here. If y'all don't know, I'm Black Sun. I'm here to challenge Ron on this ridiculous notion, because I understand, Ron, he doesn't like, just like a lot of people don't like Donald Trump based on the TMZ accusations. I go on policies. I don't go on TMZ. I don't go on, oh, Trump is a racist. I don't go on that. I go on, how does the policies affect my pockets? How does the policies affect employment, the economy? gas prices. I keep mentioning gas prices to Ron, and this is not to Ron, but this is just anybody who can't figure it out because they got it in the headlines. It's the economy, stupid. It's the economy. What's going on, MD? I've been waiting on you. All right, y'all, give MD a cent because, like I said, he is working. He does travel state to state, man. Shout out to all the truckers out there. But I got some questions for MD. I got questions for MD. I got questions for Ron. Che, if you want to jump up in here too, I mean, you can get some too. Anybody in the chat can get some, man. But shout out to everybody. It's all love here. We are the only platform that allows this many different political views. And at the end of the day, we are still family up in here. But MD, what's going on, man?
Yeah, what's up? What's happening?
What's happening?
What's going on?
Well, you said, you talked all this big stuff yesterday. Oh, yeah, Fannie Littles is welly. And I know she's ready. I know she's ready. We get all that.
Okay.
Yeah. So did you hear the news today?
Well, I mean, that came out a couple of days ago, but it's
No.
still
I'm talking about some fresh news. No.
Well,
No, it ain't
well,
no
you have to shoot it to me.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot it to you. In fact, you just want me to shoot it to you, or you want me to pay it live?
No. Go in.
Okay. So let's do this. So we just got this news today. Let me share screen. Boom. Let me. So shout out to hold on. And I got the article to back it, but I'm just gonna play it for the video because people tend to jump up when they see videos.
Oh, you talking about the strike?
No strike. No. I'm talking about Fannie.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let me play this real quick. Booyah. Let me play it in the beginning. Okay.
I have a major Donald Trump
audio
coming out of the state of Georgia.
Man, who is it? First, stop the video, Black Cell. Stop the video.
For the trial of the ninth.
Got you.
Who is this person?
This is just a YouTuber, but he got some. We got. Calm down. We have the documentation. Calm down.
Okay. So he go provide sources. What you're saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to know. That's all.
Okay, yeah. Man, calm down, MD. We got the sources, baby. We got the files. But see, I like playing videos because it riles up the blood pressure. I love it. Y'all see how MD just did? Whoa, who's that? I love it. Let's continue on.
18 co-conspirators that allegedly interfered to take away the presidential victory of Joe Biden has a massive update. As of right now, the judge is saying that the 19 co-defendants are not going to trial on October 23rd. 2 of the 19 have already peeled off, Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesebro. They also tried to separate from each other, but the judge said, no, you guys were basically, you're stuck together. The other 17, the judge said, might and probably should.
Got you.
Why are they stuck together? We said this yesterday. Why are they stuck together?
See, he's not gonna let the video play, but take
that. No, I can't because we got to give context on what he's talking about.
Break it down.
We can't just let him. We just can't let him spew rhetoric and not sift through the facts.
Okay, well, break it down. Explain to the people.
They're stuck together based on them trying to go through the machines and basically commandeer the electoral duties in Georgia, specifically Coffee County.
Okay. Yeah.
That's why they stuck together.
Okay.
So you can't just try to put emphasis on that and not give context.
Okay, well, we're gonna let MD, we're gonna let you give context tonight. How about that?
I just did.
Okay,
I just wanted to let the people understand that.
I got more information you could put context to. How about that?
That's cool. That's cool.
Okay, let's get to it. Shout out to Simon Hectic. Shout out to Executive Sessions, man. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have MD give context, and this is what I wanted. Let's keep it moving. Okay. Bam.
Tried to peel off and have their own day in court. The judge then mocked DA Fani Willis mildly by saying, there isn't a court in the county that could handle 19 people. What on earth were you thinking? On top of that, he slighted her by saying, you did not give any of these 19 people due process or the ability to have a pre-trial preparation. So basically, she shot this down because Fani Willis was trying to take away these Americans' legal rights to having time to go through all of the documentation and create a position for their court case. Now, as of right now, there are no dates on when this will go forward, but President Donald Trump will not be in a courtroom on October 23rd and will likely be pushed into sometime in 2024. I have a...
Oh, you want to give context there, MD?
Yeah, that was some bullshit. Let me tell you why.
Really?
That's the content.
Okay.
It was bullshit because we already know that they was gonna have time for pretrial motions and all that because they waived their right to a speedy trial. The other two didn't. What are we talking about, Black Son?
Okay, keep going.
We're not saying that they wasn't gonna have time for discovery and all of that. But what does that have to do with the actual court date being set? I don't understand. Like I'm trying to get your MO here.
My MO is that Fani Willis wanted to rush the case because first of all,
that's a lie.
Hold on. You like that slide? You didn't even let me finish. You don't let me finish. So I want you to put this in the context. Hold on.
Having time to go through all of the
Hold on.
Americans' legal right because Fani Willis was trying to take away these Americans' legal rights to having time to go through all of the documentation.
Okay. So what do you say to that?
I said,
she's ready to go. Fani Willis ready to go. That's what you said.
She is ready to go. Right. It's still a due process. It's still due process. Okay, you can't take away due process.
Right, she sure can. Right, I'm glad you said that.
No, bro, no. Don't put words in my mouth, Black Son.
No, I'm saying she sure can. No, I'm not putting your words.
She never tried to take away due process. What are you talking about, Black Son?
The judge just said that.
That judge didn't say that. He said that.
Okay, let's read this article because I don't believe you were here when I read this article. Let's break down the article because I got the article right here, sir, and what the judge said. Bam. Let's read this. MD. Let's go through it and let's let MD give the context of what this all is. So let's start with the first line. Trump won't stand trial in October. You want to put that in context?
Yeah, he won't stand trial in October because he waived his right to a speedy trial. Why would he stand trial in October?
Okay, so next one. Judge rejects Fani Willis to bid to have all 19 co-defendants in Georgia election case be tried together. You want to put that in context, sir?
Yeah, just like the judge said, it's stupid to try all 19. Plus, when you got different evidence for different individual defendants, I never denied that.
Okay, and warns they could all be split up. This is the judge talking. Can you put that in context, sir?
Bro, I can't because it's verbatim. But that's not my point, Black Son. You know that's not my point.
No. I'm asking you to put this in context, MD. What is your point? Because this is my point. My point, because I don't think this was conveyed last night. My thing is that there won't be no trial for Donald Trump until 2024, sir.
I agree.
You didn't. Oh, you're agreeing now. Okay. I don't remember you agreeing last night. But maybe I could be mistaken. I don't remember you agreeing last night.
But what does that have to do? You trying to make it seem like it's a statement by them splitting the cases up. It's not.
No,
Still a
it is,
RICO case at the
because
end of the day.
it prolongs. It's going to prolong the case. It already has. Now it's going into 2024. There will be an
What-
election long before this thing finishes, and that
What did I tell?
Okay, go
Huh?
ahead.
No, my bad. Like I said, what did I tell you yesterday? you try to make it seem like this is going to be a win for Trump. I'm telling you the fact that Chesbro and Sidney Porter is going to trial early is
Mhm.
going to set a precedent for evidence in the case later on with Trump. You don't understand that? Let's just say hypothetically, like I said yesterday,
Right,
what if they're found guilty? How did that gonna make Trump case look?
If they find not guilty, I'm sorry.
No, guilty. If they're found guilty, how is that not even only Trump, but the other 16? How is that gonna make their case look in the future?
Again, we're gonna have to look at that case. And like I said, if it goes, like I said, if it's a short trial, Sydney's gonna win. You know, you do know that, right?
No, I don't know that.
Well, I know that. I know.
You know you
Well,
don't.
let me
No,
ask you
you
this.
don't.
I do know this. Let me ask you this: was Sidney Powell the top DA in Georgia? Yes or no, sir?
Well, I don't give a damn.
Yes, she was. Does she has more experience than Fannie Willis?
Don't give a damn.
Yes, she does.
What does the evidence say about what she's being charged with? That's all I care about.
Does she know what every move that she's going to make? No, because Fannie Willis is used to people coming in her courtroom and pleading out. She's not used to running goddamn trials and used to goddamn running against a strong defense. That's the difference between Sidney Powell and Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae is in Fulton County where
Fannie Mae.
99% of people plea out because it's mostly black people. They plea out. She's not used to goddamn drawing up a goddamn full trial with a goddamn tight defense. That's why she's going to goddamn lose. That's why the judge was like, what the hell were you thinking? Having all these damn people, because she's not used to having a real trial. She's not a fucking real DA. She's a DA that rubber stamps, oh, you're guilty, oh, you're guilty, oh, you're guilty, and people plea out. A long line of that, and that's been her whole career. You're talking about somebody who goddamn dealt with her goddamn boss. I dealt with them, and I know how Fulton County works, sir. Sidney Powell, no. On the other hand, who's the top goddamn DA, has ran goddamn court trials. Has ran full-fledged court trials, unlike Fannie Willis, sir.
Black Son.
Yes, sir.
You're nigga babbling right now.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You
no,
don't
know. Facts,
you don't know what you don't know what.
I do know. I do
no,
know.
you don't.
I do
Black
know.
Son, you don't know
Most
what the
of
prosecution is going bring to the trial. You don't know what the defense is going to bring to the. We don't know. All we know is what's being what was presented in the indictment and what the prosecution already has. That's public record. That's all we know.
Okay.
And I'm telling you based off of what's public record that was in the indictment, it don't look good for Sidney Porter or Chesborough. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's what the fake news is telling you.
Oh my God.
Let's read this. Let's read this. A Georgia judge ruled on Thursday that Donald Trump and 16 others will be tried separately from Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesborough. So we agree with that, who are set to go to trial next month in the case that centers on an alleged scheme to overturn the 2020 election results in that state. Powell and Chesborough have filed demands for a speedy trial, and Fulton County Superior Court Judge McAfee has set their trial to begin on October 33rd. The former president and other defendant asked to be tried separately from the two, with some arguing that they would not be ready in time for October trial. Okay, we all agree on that. Me and MD agree on that part. Let me scroll down. Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willard pushing to try all 19 co-defendants together is what she says was a massive conspiracy to take away Joe Biden's election victory in Georgia. Let's keep it moving. So we do understand the charges. McAfee cited the tight timetable, among other issues, as a factor in his decision to separate Trump and the 16 others from Powell and Chesborough. The precarious ability of the court to safeguard each defendant's due process rights and assure adequate pretrial preparations on the current accelerated track weighs heavily, if not decisively, in favor of the severance, the judge wrote. You want to give that in context, sir?
Bro, I can't give context to quotes. Like I'm not
Yeah.
disagreeing. I'm not
Okay.
disagreeing with
Okay.
nothing that he said. That's what
Okay.
you don't understand.
Okay. So I'm just okay, because this sounds very different from the song you were singing yesterday. I'm just okay. So now we singing a different song. I'm glad we're on the same page today. McAfee also noted the courthouse simply contained no courtroom adequacy large enough to hold all 19 defendants. There are multiple attorneys and support staff, the sheriff's deputies, court personnel, and the state's prosecutorial team. So what I'm getting right here is that this bitch don't know what the fuck she doing. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? This is the judge. He's writing this. I'm just simplifying what he's really saying. He's being political, but in other words, the judge is like, "Yo, what the fuck were you thinking trying to try all these people in the goddamn corporate hall? Are you crazy?" That's what the fuck he's saying. But this is saying it in a nice way. I'm saying it the street way. I'm saying it the way he really wants to say it. He noted that it may be necessary to further divide the remaining co-defendant into smaller groups for trial. McAfee didn't see trial set date for Trump and remained in the 16, but the timeline he established in Thursday court order means they wouldn't go on trial before at least December. Okay. He didn't say that any defendant does not waive their right to a speedy trial before October 23rd will immediately join that trial. Trump has already waived his right to a speedy trial, so we both agree on that. But I don't know, you were singing a different song yesterday, you and goddamn, oh shit. Charlesboro and Powell has sought to be tried separately from each other, but the judge also denied that request. Some of the other co-defendants, like Rudy Giuliani, has sought to distance themselves from Powell, which is understandable because of the pre-treaty trial. Let's keep it moving. Who was one of the most vocal of Trump's allies when it came to pushing baseless conspiracy theories linking foreign governments to election interference. Let's keep it moving. But I got some new information on that, but we're going to save it.
Hold on. Stop right there, Black Son. Stop right there.
Got you.
Let's give everybody a backdrop who may not know. Remember, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. What other RICO cases have Fannie Willis been involved in? Major.
That teacher scandal where they all pleaded out.
Okay, all right. How many people originally were indicted during that case? Do you remember?
It was about, I would say it was a good number. It was a good number.
It was over 30 people.
Right, but you know what the difference is, though?
What's the difference, Black Son?
The difference is that they were all taking plea deals as opposed to hold on. Every single person in this Trump case is pleading not guilty. That plays a big difference.
That's not what I was alluding to, though.
Go ahead.
I was just alluding to the number. Over 30 people, and you're right. A lot of them were singing like birds. I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
That's the difference between that case and this case. I was alluding to the numbers because as I do agree with the judge, what did it say, Fannie the Mammy? Okay.
Fannie the Mammy, yes. Thank you.
Even though I agree, you should in a case that it has this big of a spotlight on it, you just can't outright prosecute all 19 at one time. That's stupid. But
thank you. That's what the judge said too. That was stupid.
I agree.
Who is stupid? Who is stupid?
That was a dumb move by Fannie, bro. What you trying to get? What you trying to get me in, Black Son?
Say it again. I'm being picky.
What you trying to get me in? But I brought up the Atlanta Public Schools case to show you it has been done before. That's all I'm saying.
No, sir. Apples and oranges.
Under Paul Howard, it was done.
Under Paul Howard, everybody, what he's talking about is all these 30 damn teachers all were going to take plea bargains. Like I said at the beginning of
they start snitching on each other.
Right. Fannie Willis is used to people pleading out. She is not used to people going to trial. Why is that so hard for you to understand, MD?
I didn't say it wasn't hard to understand, but I'm just showing you statistically, logistically, it's been done before. Like, why are you trying to bite me?
Okay, whoa. Let's stop. Has she taken multiple people to trial before? Yes or no? No.
Bro, she a DA. Of course she done took multiple people to trial. What are you talking about?
Not to this
Oh
matter.
my God.
Well, then why did the judge, hold on, everybody. Why did the judge just say this? Why would the judge say this dumb shit right here? About damn family. He did, any defendant does not waive their rights. Basically, chose blah, 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 blah. Basically, the judge was saying, but actually he's saying the same thing you said. What Fannie Swellers did was stupid. So wait, she got the experience and she did this before. So why would she do some stupid ass shit trying to run 19 people of every single one of them pleading not guilty? What kind of stupid mammy shit is that?
Well, read Chris Whistler's comment. Read that.
Where's it at?
I got it highlighted.
Oh, okay. She won convictions for 11 landing, all but one in jail. So this is the teacher?
Yeah, this is a teacher case. It was 31
Again,
indicted. She got 11 put in jail.
Again,
Because of the snitching.
Pled out and people snitch is different from people. Oh my gosh.
Bro, you trying to take people with taking plea deals as some sort of pillow for the case. It's not a pillow.
I'm glad you said that. 91% of people that she put in jail plea out. Fulton County Fulton County is 98.99% of people pleading out.
Chris Wilson said it don't matter. Jail is jail. You trying to make a plea deal like it don't count.
Because plea deals don't take preparations like goddamn cranking up juries, sir.
You know, I just caught you. That's not true. Why? How do I know that's not true? No, it's not true. I'm gonna show you how it's not true.
Okay, I'm gonna show you how it is true.
The prosecution uses the existing evidence that they have on the case and presents it to the defense to negotiate that plea deal. The prosecutor say, "Hey, look, we got this, and this. Like it's a wrap. Take this plea deal." It's up to the defense, if you got a good lawyer, to work that down based on the evidence that the prosecution has. That's a lie, black son.
So, MD, what I'm saying is that, let me ask you a question. So, when you got a plea deal, that pretty much knows, even if you got a good attorney that will negotiate it down, you pretty much have a wash case, correct? The deal. No, you don't have a complete wash case. I'm gonna tell you why. Why?
Because the defense can go back. The defense has the right to grant a discovery on what the prosecution has, based on plea negotiations, not trial, not pre-trial negotiation, plea negotiation. Remember back, huh?
You just said it.
I just said what?
You said as opposed to pre-trial. Pre-trial means
it's different. I get it. It's different. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm listening to you.
No. I'm saying the defense has the right to basically get discovery on what that prosecution has against them. If the defense say, "Hey, look, we're seeing the evidence. We can't justify what y'all bringing to the table as a plea deal. Let's negotiate this down based on the burden of proof on the evidence that y'all have." Now that's not necessarily saying that something has been proven against the defense. I ain't saying that. But what I'm saying is they could be overshadowing what they have. You see what I'm saying? So that's just like me. Please, if I got a breaking and entering charge, right? They got proof of me being on the property, but they don't have proof of me breaking into the house. Yet they arrest me for breaking and entering. They got evidence that I was on the property. They don't have evidence that I broke into the property. The prosecution will say, "Hey, look, we bringing a plea deal to the table, a year, 18 months." And I'm like, damn, man, like they got me on tape. Should I take it? If I got a good enough lawyer and not no goddamn public defender who just trying to get paid at the end of the day, that lawyer can say, hey, look, let's do a motion of discovery in the plea negotiations to find out what's going on. Come to find out, they only have evidence of me on the property, but not breaking into the property. And my lawyer can say, hell no, we don't take that. And then they got to come with counsel to the judge and negotiate a plea deal, or just straight deny it and file a motion to break the case with no evidence. You see what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is that there's more of a process if I plead guilty as opposed to me pleading not guilty.
Well, you're not gonna plead guilty yet. You're gonna have a plea deal before you plead guilty, correct?
Well, not in this case.
No, come on, Black.
No, we're talking
So
about
you telling me somebody gonna plead guilty and don't even know the conditions of a plea deal?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. This case, yes or no, everybody pleaded not guilty right away. True or false?
That's true.
Okay. Most of Fani Willis's cases, people are not so quick to crank up a jury in Fulton County. Is this based on your, let's just say, guess? Okay, so you're going to disagree with that. Okay, so what I'm saying is that
I am.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that the teacher, the last major RICO case, you said people were snitching, people were pleading out, correct? Nobody jumped out the gate and said not guilty, correct?
No.
Oh, so there was some teachers that pleaded not guilty off the gut?
No, I'm agreeing with what you just said.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is the teacher indictment versus the Trump case, apples and oranges. When you plead not guilty off the gate, now you got to crank up a jury. You got to be ready to go to trial. So you have attorneys and you have prosecutors specially trained because they've been doing, I'm not going to say specially trained. They've been doing it for so long in Fulton County, for so long. People pleading out, people going to jail, ready to make plea deals off the gate. Not ready. It is just not ready to do what Trump's people are doing, is jumping right into not guilty. Let's take this to trial. And Sidney Powell, who is a top DA in Georgia, knows this. She knows the game too, because the same system, whether it be Fulton County, Gwinnett, you have people going in. If they feel like they cannot, if they don't have a fighting chance, they're looking for a plea deal off the gate.
Blackson, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
You do understand that you can plea out after an arraignment, right?
That's right, executive. I'm betting against the rookie quarterback. Yes, thank you. You get it, sir. Now you get it. MD's not getting it.
No, just
Sidney Powell is a veteran. She is a
focus, Black son. Focus, Black son. Focus.
I'm focused. You're trying to derail the whole narrative.
I'm not derailed. I'm staying on topic all the way.
I came up here and I made a video earlier, and I made a video yesterday to rebut everything that you and Ron were saying yesterday. There's not going to be any trial for Trump in 2023. Yes or no?
Let me ask you again, Black son, because
yes,
you diverted from my question, Black son. You diverted from my question.
Questions irrelevant to. we just gonna get straight.
How was it irrelevant?
We dancing right now. We're all dancing right now.
I'm dancing by asking you. There can be a plea deal after an arraignment. So you can plead not guilty, and then turn around and get offered a plea deal. You know that.
I like your hypotheticals. However, a lot of these people in these cases are attorneys, are goddamn former prosecutors themselves, sir. These aren't just goddamn willy-nilly Negroes off the streets, which Fani Willis is used to dealing with. These are attorneys or lawyers that know the law, sir.
Okay, cool. And that's fine.
Why the fucking judge was like, dumb bitch. Dumb fucking mammy bitch.
You back on that.
Hold on. I'm reading what the judge was saying based off the article. Dumb mammy bitch. You're going up against attorneys here. You're not going against some goddamn Negroes off the street. You're going against attorneys that know this shit. And one of the goddamn defendants in this case was Georgia's top DA. You rookie fucking bitch.
Sidney Powell was a DA in Georgia.
Yes. One of the top. She was a super goddamn.
I thought she was a federal prosecutor.
She was
Georgia. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Well,
no,
but what I'm telling you,
it's relevant. No, let's talk about her. Let's talk about her history. Yes, let's talk about it. What up, DOD? Let's talk about Sidney Powell's history compared to the rookie goddamn Fannie Willis. Let's talk about it,
bro. She has years of experience. You trying to get me in a position where I'm not fighting it, bro. Like, I don't understand.
Okay, and what I'm saying is that she's not some willy-nilly defendant that you just go arrest, pick up off the street, and going to get them to plea out. She is not that goddamn person, is what I'm trying to tell you. She is a fucking one of the top DAs herself, so she knows the game. And she's going to goddamn she's going to drag Fannie Willis. Fannie Willis is going to lose bad against Sidney Powell. Sidney Powell said, like, let's crank up the jury. I'm going to show you, bitch. I am the baddest bitch around here. And I'm going to fucking fuck you up in this goddamn case and embarrass you. That's what the fuck Sidney Powell's going to do to goddamn Fannie Willis, sir. Shit. We already got evidence. We already got how the case is played out. Don't make me get Judge Joe Brown up in here. Don't make me go Judge Joe Brown up in here.
Judge Joe Brown is off his rocker. I'm not worried about no damn Judge Joe Brown.
Oh, he's off his rocker. Oh, he wasn't with the Mansfield. Okay. Oh, but he wasn't.
Judge Joe Brown be all over the place.
Right, he's not one of the top judges. I get it, right? He's not a judge, right? And neither is I don't know. You just dismiss these people's positions, their goddamn experience. Sidney Powell was Georgia's top prosecutor. Look it up. Anybody in the goddamn chat, look it up. Chris Waller, look it up. MD, goddamn, everybody, look it up.
So that makes her impervious to crime, is basically what you're saying.
Badass. That makes her
impervious to committing crime.
That's going to make sure that fucking Fannie Willis is full of shit, that this shit is political, and she has no fucking real goddamn case. This goddamn is political at the end of the day. That's why she want to goddamn have cameras. And this shit is about to get exposed.
It's political with her breaking into fucking voting machines. That's political?
First of all, Sidney Powell didn't break into those machines. They got to prove that shit, sir. That's why she's pleading not guilty.
She hired a whole security team.
Not guilty.
Why did she hire the security team to hack into
not guilty,
into the machines, Black Son?
Not guilty, sir.
What was the point? What was the point of that?
Sir. Not guilty, sir. You're gonna have to find that out when goddamn Fannie Willis falls on her face. Not guilty, sir. Just like Trump is not guilty. No, none of those 19 defendants are not guilty. This shit is just a stall. And guess what now they're doing? Now the fucking tables have turned because this trial is not going to happen before the election. They're not going to try Trump before the election. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
But that's not my argument.
That's my argument. Now what? That's my argument. Now what?
Well, it is not my argument. I don't know who you're arguing that to.
Well,
my argument is the fact of the matter.
My argument is pointless.
I don't give a damn if it's found not guilty or not. It's the fact of the matter, Black Son.
Well,
and you deny it the whole step of the way.
The fact of the matter, they are already processing this thing to, they'll most likely get a trial after Trump is the president, sir.
Black Son, what about the March 2024 trial?
No, we're talking about Georgia here. Not see you dancing.
I'm not dancing. No. Your position is ain't shit gonna get done till after the damn election. What about the March 2024 trial?
I'm gonna do another show. I'm just gonna do these shows one by one. Let's deal with just Georgia. See,
but that came first, though, Black Son.
Huh?
That came first.
Sir. We're dealing with Georgia right now. We will do another show. But you see how this takes time? You see how this just doing a YouTube goddamn stream, you see how this takes time? You see how you want
No.
to jump ship just like the goddamn DA's trying to prosecute Trump? You see how this works. Now you see how this works, MD. Now you're getting it. We're just dealing with Georgia. And you know how long this shit is going to take? And then what about that other trial? I'm going to get to that. But right now we're just dealing with Georgia. We're not going to do the three-card Monty, sir. We're going to deal with Georgia.
Black
Because
son,
right now you're bleeding out.
putting all
right
your
now.
chips.
You're bleeding out.
You're putting your chips on the
You're
table.
bleeding out. You're bleeding out right now.
You're putting
Can
your
you hear
chips
me?
on the table for
Oh, yeah,
a
go ahead,
QAnon, a QAnon
You're bleeding
conspiracy
out right
theory
now.
person.
You're bleeding out. Go
Sidney
ahead,
Powell,
Chris.
Sidney Powell said something about Hugo Chavez and all.
You're bleeding out.
She's QAnon, black
You're
son.
bleeding out. You're bleeding out. No, she's a
Is
top
that is that what you want to be associated with? QAnon? Is that what you want to be associated with?
You're bleeding out right now. MD.
I thought we dealt with the Constitution.
Go get a bandage. You're bleeding out.
I thought we dealt with the Constitution.
All right, time
I
out, man.
do.
Chris, what's going on,
I'm a
man?
constitutionalist. I don't know if you know that, but that's what I do. I'm a constitutionalist.
I don't know who you are, so that I mean, you know, that's cool.
That's cool. Yeah. So I think you're missing a couple grifts. These guys are arguing about evidence and this and that. And there's lots of other things that's going to be involved in this that you didn't even think about, like Pence's testimony. Think about that. Let's think about all the judges and Fannie. You know, she's getting reactions from each one of the jurors. I don't know if you noticed, but there's one juror that is not steering anywhere close to convict. There is one. You know, and they ask about Trump. They ask about this. They ask about that. And each time he says no, no, no. So there's factors that you guys are not even thinking. I mean, you're reading columns and shit.
Gotcha.
You know that's nothing. You know, people can say what they want to say. It's free speech. But I'm just saying, we have no clue what Pence said while he was behind that screen with a camera in his face. And we have no clue who that one juror is that's not ready to convict anybody. That's it. That's where you stand right now today.
Well, I don't disagree with that. And also take this into consideration. And I think I mentioned this before. Remember, and this where it may go in the defense's favor. Remember, when the indictment came out, they leaked the grand jury list, which I don't know who did it, but they leaked the grand jury list. And remember, they were saying, you know, the grand jury list wasn't supposed to come out. That might actually go and see, Black Son. This is the type of stuff you don't want to deal with because you stuck on election interference and all of that. The grand jury list got leaked, which could possibly be a deterrent in qualifying the indictment. Don't nobody talk about that either. You know what I'm saying? So from that aspect, yeah, I agree with you. You know, as far as like the one juror that didn't want to indict and all of that stuff. I listen, I'm not a person up here saying throw damn Trump off a cliff. That ain't me. All I'm saying is, per the Constitution, we have to understand what laws were broken allegedly, and what the defense is. Black Son is so team MAGA. He don't want to weigh everything on the scale. That's all I'm saying. I weigh stuff on the scale.
Fannie Willis, your team Fannie Willis.
That's how court does.
I ain't no damn team Fannie Willis.
Go ahead. Oh shit. Let me go ahead, Chris. You muted out.
That's all. That's about all I had to say. To be honest with you, there's lots of factors that you guys are just not equating. You know, and the biggest factors of the whole story is, all right, well, where do they stand before they even get into it? The influence is just, you know, you have no clue. You have no clue. You know, there's always going to be someone in there That's for one side or the other. It doesn't matter what you prove in court. I think it's got to be unanimous, right? Am I wrong? Did you look into that? Does it have to be unanimous?
Right. Wait. So wait, when they have a jury, is it, what is it? 9 out of, is it 13 out of 9 out of 13 or something like that? The majority?
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to get that majority. They will convict.
So then, Chris, let me ask you this question. Will they try this before the election? I'm just talking Georgia here.
I think it's in their best terms. I mean, look exactly what dates have been set previous. The day before Super Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do I think the judge is biased? Yeah. Do I think Willis is biased? Yeah. I think there's lots of things that are that aren't technically right, but everybody has their freedom of their own choice and their beliefs.
So when you say bias, do you think Judge McAfee is biased toward the defense?
I do feel that way. Yeah.
Wow. Oh. You ain't hear that,
Yeah.
huh, the Black Son?
No, I heard it. I heard it loud and clear. I'm glad Chris
Okay.
is up here, man. Man, Chris, you need to jump up more often, man. Hey, you're adding the extra twist to this that's needed. You know what I'm saying? Because, like you said, we see what we want to see, and then you're adding an extra, because we need these extra eyes and extra ears on this. Because, like I said, there's so many. What I see is a strategy. This is what I see. I see a strategy not to convict Trump, not to lock Trump up, but to interfere with the election. That's what I see.
Oh, he already did that. He did that to himself. Someone didn't have to do that. He did that himself. Look, it's real simple. Dude couldn't run a casino. His candidate that was going up against him couldn't even keep Bill's pecker in his pants. I don't see him as a great person. I don't see Trump. I see Trump for Trump. Trump is for Trump. That's just the way I feel. I've been a Republican all my life. All my life. You didn't get my vote. Did not get my vote.
Wait,
They go your GOP right there, Black Son. They go your GOP right there.
It's time to have a show. Hold on. It's time to have a show. Let's talk policies then. Let's talk policies. Let's go. Sorry, MD. I got to put a pause on this for a minute. We got a GOP on our hands. God damn. Okay. Let's talk policy. Where do I start? Where do we start? So you GOP, right? So what can you tell me?
I'm not nothing, my man.
Okay.
I am me. I don't know who you are.
Oh, my bad.
I don't know if you're lost in your own head. You might be lost in your own head.
My bad.
You might be lost in a different sauce that you think tastes good.
So can we talk policy, sir? Can we talk policy?
I'm good with policies. Go ahead.
Okay, so are you against Trump policy ending the war in Ukraine, cutting off funds for Ukraine? Let's talk about it. Since you're just you.
I think as far as monies and all that stuff, I think there's a lot of money in NATO. You want to dig into the
Trump
system?
wanted to end NATO. Trump wanted to end NATO, but go on. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're not the only sauce. It's ingredients. Okay. It depends how much salt you want to put in the pot.
Okay.
How much salt do I want to put in the pot? I think we put enough to make it pretty damn salty right now. So we need to add some pepper.
So, Chris, do you disagree with Trump saying we should dismantle NATO?
No, absolutely not. No.
Wait. Say that again. You don't disagree with Trump dismantling NATO?
No,
That's a
I
Trump
do
policy.
not agree. I do not agree with abolishing NATO absolutely not.
Oh, I'm so glad. Yes, we about to cook tonight. We about to have some gumbo, Chris. So what is the purpose of NATO, Chris?
The purpose of NATO is to try to keep peace. What do you think it is?
Wrong. The purpose of NATO was to keep the Soviet Union from expanding, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Is
Okay,
there a
okay.
So is there a Soviet Union today?
Well, yeah, it's the largest country. Do you know how big by the factor
I'm sorry.
of
I'm
how
sorry.
big they are?
I'm
Do you know
sorry,
how
what?
big they are in comparison to any other countries?
So
327 countries.
everybody, hold on. Everybody, he just said that there's a Soviet Union in 2023, sir. You just said that.
What, like USSR?
You knew what he
Hold
meant,
on,
Black Sun.
MD. Hold on, MD. Hold on, MD. Don't help him out, MD. No, don't help him, MD. I'm about to grill this dude. Where's USSR, sir?
Well, Russia.
No, Russia is not
by-
USSR, sir. Russia is not USSR.
Hold on, Black Sun. You knew what he meant, Black Sun.
No. Stop it, MD. Stop it. Cool down, MD. I'm about to grill this dude. Is he gonna come on here and like, oh, we don't need to dismantle NATO? So you're gonna goddamn defend that shit on your own, Chris, without MD's help. So where is goddamn Soviet Union located, sir?
What do you think it is, my man?
It no
It's
longer
the
exists.
largest
my man.
country.
Hold on, it no longer exists.
Yeah, we're Slovenia. Let me ask you a question, motherfucker.
Russia,
You want to put me on the
no.
grill? Hold on, listen. No. Don't.
Okay.
We're Slovenia. We're Slovenia.
It's in Eastern Europe, sir.
It is. What country was it before that?
It was part of the Soviet Union.
No.
Okay, you
No,
tell
it
me.
was
Sir. I'm
not.
sorry. Go ahead, tell me.
Did you ever see a Yugo? I said this to you the other day. You know what a Yugo car is? The most affordable car in the world.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So
Yugoslavia.
So can we get back to NATO?
Where's
sir?
where's Yugoslavia? What happened?
Okay, so how does
What happened?
NATO,
What happened to that country?
What happened to it? Tell us.
Russia. Who do you think attacked it?
Okay, so let's talk about Ukraine.
What do you
Germany
think
Germany attacked Yugoslavia preceding World War II. We all know that.
I'm talking about Chechenian wars and stuff like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
World War II. I know all about
Okay.
World War II. Black, I'm not going to
we
get
all
on
do,
you.
we all
You
do.
don't even
Chris,
know what the Battle of Agnar. You don't even know what the Battle of Agnar is. You have no clue.
Chris, can we just talk about Trump policy? Trump wants to end NATO, sir, and I agree with him because there is no longer
It's
no
not
Soviet
his.
Union.
It's
Huh?
not his. It's not his.
Well, he wants to separate the United States from NATO. He wants to stop funding NATO. I agree with that.
Okay, then that's your thought. That has
And that's
nothing to do
Trump's
with
thought
me.
too. That's Trump's thought too. And
Yeah,
I'm glad
okay.
you being a GOP, you disagree with that. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the great boogeyman, the great Soviet Union that no longer exists. I guess you believe Stalin exists too.
Oh, well, Stalin was his own breed.
Huh?
There was some in this country that were not good in other countries. So I'm not going to put a mask over Stalin, Hitler, and Putin. You don't even know what the Russian wood. You don't even know what a Russian woodpecker. What's a Russian woodpecker, my man?
Listen, sir, you're getting distracted. We are talking about Trump's policy, how Trump is the only candidate that said he wanted to end NATO. I agree with him ending NATO because Trump is about America first. So NATO was formed because the Soviet Union was this great threat, the great red army taking over the world, making us all communists. That country no longer exists, sir. Okay, so let me ask you another very pertinent question.
Just because a country. Go ahead.
Okay, let me ask you a pertinent question. Did Putin invade Ukraine?
Oh no, not this one. Hey everybody, how y'all doing?
Sean, okay. Hey, what's
He
up,
says,
Ron?
he says,
Come on.
not this one.
Same old song. Hey, Ron.
Hold on,
Like-
hold on. Please, I never talked to Chris, man.
Ron,
You about to
Ron,
get initiated.
Ron,
for
calm
sure,
down,
Nick.
calm down,
this
calm down,
motherfucker
calm
has
down.
been talking about the same thing 50 times to other
Chris.
people. So he has practiced this shit, and then he
Chris,
puts me
it's a
on
yes or
point.
no question.
Fuck
You're
his
losing me right
point.
now. Did Putin invade Ukraine? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't care.
You don't know. You don't care, right?
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
care.
How's that for an answer?
Chris
Did you ever
doesn't
get that one
care.
before?
Chris doesn't care.
Did you ever get
but
that
he
one
said
before?
We should
Nope.
continue.
He never got
Hold on.
that one before.
We
Nope.
should continue. We should continue to goddamn be part of NATO. NATO should be still.
How
be
do we
in
get?
existence.
How do we get to
He doesn't
Russia? How do we get to Russia from
Because we talked about Apollo. How do we
Georgia?
get? Hold on. I can.
How do
hold
we
on,
get
hold
to Russia from
I'm-
Georgia, my man?
I'm
I
gonna
came in
explain
here to
it,
talk
sir.
to you and
I'm
put
going
you
to
on
explain
point.
it because you're bleeding out right now, Chris. You're bleeding out. I'm gonna explain
I'm
how.
bleeding.
Because you came on saying that you were GOP and that you agree with Trump's policies. And I said, okay, Mr. Chris, do you agree that we should dismantle NATO? That's one of Trump's policies. And you said, no,
I
sir.
didn't say
and
that.
I said, hold on.
I
And then
said
I
I've
said,
been a Republican. You
do I
are
need to-
putting words
okay,
in
do I
my
need to
mouth,
play it
my
back?
man.
Do I need to play it
Go
back? my
ahead,
man?
play it back,
Do
play
I
it
need-
back.
okay, I can
Roll
play
the
it back.
tape.
I'm playing
Roll
it
the
back right
tape.
now. And you said, sir, I'm playing it back right now. And you said, sir, that we need NATO. And then you mentioned you went on this rant about Soviet Union. I said, no, sir, Soviet Union no longer exists.
No, you went on a roll about Soviet
Okay,
Union.
I went on a
You-
roll. So
You spit. You
right
spit.
where
I
we're
didn't
at right
spit.
now, Chris, where we're at right now is that you don't care. I asked
said
you,
Russia.
hold on, bro, you over talking me, bro. I asked you, did Putin invade Ukraine? You said, I don't care. That's your answer. So, okay, that's cool.
No, I said I don't know and I don't care.
Don't care. Okay, so he does not know and he does not care. Okay, so
That's correct. Yeah.
okay, so we don't need NATO. You know why we don't need NATO? Because Putin, who can annihilate Kiev right now as we speak, they have satellites that follow.
Let me see him do it.
Hold on. Please don't interrupt me,
Man.
sir. Please don't interrupt me, sir. I'll give you time, but just let me rock out. Putin has satellites. He can goddamn blast Zelensky out of the sky just like he blasted Prigozhin. Okay, so Putin, since day one, since 2014, has been willing to negotiate. I don't know if you heard about the Minsk Accords 1 and 2, but Putin signed on a dotted line. Yes, we're willing to make peace. Yes, please recognize the Donbass. And oh, by the way, Mr. Chris, the Donbass petitioned Putin. There was never any invasion. The Donetsk and Luhansk, and I'm so glad that you're here because I know MD and Ron get sick of hearing this. He was petitioned by those republics, sir. And so there was no invasion. So the mainstream media, who I don't trust, said that guess what? Oh, Putin invaded Russia. Putin invaded Russia. Putin, you said so many times when people start to believe that dumb shit. He was never goddamn invaded the country. He was petitioned. Just like Crimea made a referendum, just like Luhansk and Donetsk. They made referendums once they became independent, which was in you'd say you're a constitutionalist. Well, guess what? It's in the Ukrainian constitution, section 72 and 73, that if you have a referendum, you can break away from Ukraine. So they were in the constitutional right. And when they did, they're allowed as a sovereign country to petition Putin. And that's what they did, sir. So we can move on because you don't care. You know nothing about it. This is not your realm, obviously, Chris. International is not your realm. So we can get back to America because
I'm glad you're graduated the Russian school.
Bro, right. I'm a Russia red, sir. I'm a Russia red.
There you go. Congratulations.
Right.
You know what? You know what? As a Republican, I'm insulted by you because you're about America.
Wait. Now you're Republican.
And he's been spitting for 15 minutes. He's been spitting for 15 minutes. And he said, I'm going to let you have your way. Motherfucker, you holding the fish. You holding the fish. He ain't letting that catfish out there. You let him have his way. You've been spitting for 15. I guess I'm talking to a black screen now.
He's,
All right. Well, anyway.
he's changed, and that's what he did. But nice to meet you, man. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, man.
So you are a Republican, but you don't like Trump. I take it. I'm coming in late.
No, my father didn't like him. I don't like him.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
I understand.
my father thought he was a complete fucking simp. That's what he would call him, a simp. S-I-M-P.
Oh my
Call
God.
people on the East Coast.
Or you know what they call them now? Beta males.
Beta males. Yeah.
Beta male. So when you hear that, you know what? And I just did something about that. Like I was saying, Trump is a beta male because he's constantly crying and whining about things.
Well, there you go.
Fast.
You're just using a new term now. You got it.
We about to make this happen, Black. So we about to make this happen. But I don't want to say I'm a Democrat, but I'm not a huge fan of Biden. But being Black,
I'm a Democrat right now. First time in my life, I went over there and signed that piece of paper. Just like I can't tell you how many people were in line to sign up.
So
I went down there to switch parties, and in Pennsylvania, you have to do it a special way, especially for a presidency.
Right.
The primary. And there must have been enough people that, it was like a Trump rally. He's always, showing the cameras and hiding the cameras, it's like 5,000 in over here, and the upper decks are empty, Wow. I'm telling you, when I went down and signed up to change my party, there was tons of people there. And I knew that's when it was truly flipping. Like, am I freaking out? Am I making the right decision? When I went down there, I knew I made the right decision. I knew it. It wasn't just me.
So, and you said you've been a lifelong Republican. You telling me that Trump made you convert to a Democrat?
Yes.
Like not even.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And is it more so his bravado or how he acts more so than his policies? Because it almost seems like, would you agree with most of his policies? You think you would agree with his policies if it wasn't?
I would agree with a lot of his policies. And, quite honestly, when you vote, you normally pick the person that has most of your choices.
Right.
You know what I mean? And, a lot of his choices were not the same Richter as mine. And it was more his bravado that pulled me away.
Okay. I mean, we're man. Braxton, don't you like this new? I love this new guest we got. He's probably a little upset right now.
I didn't even get to spit.
No. I'm cool.
He spitted for 15 or 20. He was like, "You be quiet. You be quiet on the show. You be quiet. It's my show."
He's a Trump supporter. And it's not like he likes, and then I think it might have upset him a little bit that you are GOP and you're going against Trump solely because you're going against Trump. That's why I asked you, was it more so his bravado, not his policies? Because I think most Republicans would agree with his policies, and some are like insulted by his tactics and his bravado. And it's off-putting to a certain
Ryan, you agree with a lot of Trump's policies.
I agree with some of them. I wouldn't say all.
In fact, you agree with a policy that I'm not really considered as a priority, like the border. A lot of black people.
I definitely agree with the border issue.
Right.
When's your family, Black Sun? When's your family coming into this country? I'm just wondering, what's your tree like?
Are you familiar with Mary Ball Washington?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know why.
That's George Washington's mama. My bloodline traces back to the president's mama.
Okay, all right. We came here in 1896. We were jewelers. We came from Germany. I had the largest family in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. By history, by bloodline. I'm a 0.03% Nigerian. Most of my side, is all Germany, Dutch, Irish. But again, I come from the largest history of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. My father had 23 kids. My grandfather had 23 kids. They were legitimate. Well, you tap that. You good?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I had a phone call. My apologies about that.
Yeah, Chris, you were breaking up too. You were breaking up. You were breaking up, Chris. All right.
Yeah, it was circling. It was circling.
You said you.
Anyway,
Sorry about that.
I'm
You
the
said-
baby of 23 children.
Whoo! Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. How far is that from Ohio? That sounds familiar.
Probably about 2.5 hours drive.
Yeah, because I'm from Akron, Ohio. That's Harrisburg. Sound familiar. How close
Yeah,
are you?
I go walleye fishing in Ohio all the time. I'm one of their champions that go up there.
Oh, damn, what is this town in Pennsylvania? I'm thinking about. It's
The
got. Is
capital,
it
capital
Sharon,
of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania? It might be Sharon,
think-
Pennsylvania.
You think in Philly or something like that?
No, it ain't a Sharon, Pennsylvania close to you.
Yeah, there's a Sharon. Yeah.
Yeah. How far are you from Sharon?
I don't know. Probably about an hour, 15,
Okay.
hour 20 or something.
Okay, I'm just trying to give a reference to where you're at. 'Cause
Distance, distance, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a lower right hand side. We're about an hour and a half drive away from Maryland.
Okay.
Maryland
So
borderline.
you kind of in the you close to the Amish country too?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm German Dutch. You speak in Deutsch? Das?
Ja, ich spreche nicht Deutsch.
You speak
Ja.
in Ja.
Ja.
Parlez-vous français? Parlo español. I speak probably about 6 or 7 different languages. I'm a ham radio operator. I do Morse code, if you want to call that a different language.
Yeah, that's definitely. Morse code is throwback. Wow.
Chris, you part of militia?
What do you mean by militia? What are you calling a militia?
I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just
1791 militia?
asking. Maybe.
Do you know what a 1791 militia is, or do you have a clue?
I mean, I have a clue what 3% is.
Do you have a clue what 1791 is?
No, I don't. I'll admit that.
Break it down. Break it down.
Yeah.
By the way, Chris, this is for you, Chris.
So,
hey, I know what the 1791. I'm glad you said that.
I do too.
come
I'm
on,
just playing.
D. Come on,
I
D.
know somebody lace me up. Man.
If I'm not mistaken, the 1791 that was an act what was supposed to stop like insurrections and stuff.
That's correct. Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
that's also a Second Amendment.
Wink,
That's
wink,
when-
black son. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Hey, I'm on board. I'm on board, sir. I'm on board.
Yeah, I have a 2A hat on right now with a big old 1791 printed right on it. I wear it to work every day. Every day. I don't care if the boss says, hey, look, I find that hat a little bit offensive. Oh, really? I don't find it offensive at all. I pack. I have 2 guns on me every day. A little bit of pepper spray, give you a little fucking tear jerk, if you get in my face. That's just me. It's just, I carry a gun every single day. I have my 120 certification. I have my 220 certification. And I'm more certified than most police officers that are stepping out there today, even with 20 years experience. I carried my gun since I was 8 years old.
Now, Chris,
That's
you said it was a lot of people that were signing over to become Democrats. That were, and do you think they had the same notion or incline that you had, or it varied how they felt about Trump? Would you say it was more than 1,000 people though?
At that given moment, there was probably about 200 people in the line when I got in line, and it was a constant line.
Right.
To be again to change parties in a primary. I bet you, and I asked them. I said, "Well, how many people actually came?" Because I was interested. Now I'm like, okay, now I'm figuring things out. How many people actually came in here? and most of them, there was probably 3 Republicans that were there that was making sure things were being handled the correct way, whatever you want to call that. And again, there was probably, I don't know, I'm just guessing, in between 500 and 1,000 people at that moment that was going in there to, and for me to vote, it was crazy. Like, if I got, and I got a mail-in ballot too. Here's the trippy part. I get a mail-in ballot. I decided to go in person and vote. I had to come all the way back home. To grab my mail-in ballot. They wanted that ballot so it cannot be used a secondary time.
Wow. Hey, hold on real quick. Let me give it. I just want to give a real quick, important shout out, man. MB's going to fall out when you hear this. Shout out to Trevor. He just gave us a like on Facebook. Goddamn, Trevor, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Ben Cat too. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Straight talk.
I just want to know, was it because of me?
What'd you say,
Trevor, let it know, because it was me or something. Whoever this guy
because
is.
Of you, yeah.
If he sent out a like, there's a reason. I'm just saying, there's a reason.
Well, I wish Trevor would come on the show, but he is a Christian, straight up nationalist. So I hope he comes on the show one day. And
so am I.
Are you talking about Apex, Black Son? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Chris. I mean, Trevor. Christian. Trevor.
What make you think Trevor a Christian nationalist?
I'm teasing, man. I'm trying to make him come up just like that. Come up here, man.
I thought you were talking about Apex.
Yeah,
that's huh? I thought you were talking about Apex, because that's a Christian nationalist.
Well, I do use that term loosely. I do that to goddamn get people riled up to jump on here like Chris did, and then Chris jump in. Now goddamn Trevor's liking the page. Shout out to Trevor. So hey, I'll use that word and get more people up here. Hey, I'm just saying. But yeah, shout out. Yeah, because you up here, Chris. Trevor just liked the page. So yeah, shout out to you, Chris. Shout out to Trevor.
So your goal is to say this Negro just called me a Christian nationalist. I'm finna
But no, Chris said he's nothing wrong with that. No, MD, you got to understand, there's people who are proud to be Christian nationalists, brother. Oh, yeah. You know what? Ding, ding, ding. Hold on, everybody. Oh, stop the presses. Chris.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for it, because I was just jerking your chain back. I was jerking your chain back just to feed you in like a fish that you are.
Oh, I'm about to feed you in, sir. Was this country built on as a Christian nation? Was it built on Christianity? Did our forefathers intend it?
No, absolutely not. No, I don't believe so.
Welcome to the show, Chris. Goddamn, I thought I had.
I told you, I reeled your fucking ass in like a big ass bass.
You did, sir. You did. Goddamn, I can't.
Hey. How can this be built on Christianity when we took it from an Indian? Get the fuck out of here. What are you thinking anyway? Quite honestly, this is not our country. You think this is our country? Are you such a fool? Are you such a fool to think this is our country, sir? Answer that question. You want to go back sometime? Let's go back sometime. I'll teach you history.
Oh shit. We got one. Welcome to the show, Chris. You need to do more lives more often, sir.
Chris finna break out the racism, white supremacy.
The whites.
Chris is about to rile up the niggers.
The whites did not invent slavery. Whites did not invent slavery.
We know that.
They just
eradicated that shit.
Hold on a second, Black.
Eradicated it.
They perfected it here in America, wouldn't you say?
No, we eradicated it.
I know, but I'm saying before they eradicated, they perfected it. They took our name away, our language, our culture, our families, all of that. They perfected it. We literally became their property.
Like every other,
hold on
every other country.
Chris, hold on every other country. I'll let you spill, but hold on a second. And we was other times in slavery. And when it was other times in slaveries, those slaves still kept their name, their religion, and some even got adequated within that society that they were enslaved in. This
Which
in
ones are you referring to?
the ones in Egypt, you know what I'm saying? Some of those Persia. It was a rarity. It didn't happen often, but most slaves back then kept their name, their religion. You know, they might have been confined and made and were
Yeah, but the problem
chose to work.
was,
But they,
you know,
but see, that's what I'm saying. My last name is a German name. I'm not German, but you are. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. When you take somebody's culture, their way of life, you kind of rip away their foundation, like literally, because most cultures have, traditions to make them become man and woman, wouldn't you say? But we don't have that. But yet we still here. We striving so
let
much
me ask
so
you a
that we
question.
fear.
And
We
it's no
fear.
disrespect, Ron. It's
No,
no
of course not, man.
disrespect.
Of course not, man.
All right. Okay. So what was your grandma's beliefs? What was her mom's beliefs?
Right.
If
You
it's
know
so
what?
if it's so imperative for you to memorize around those beliefs,
But those beliefs were given to us by
well,
our
they're handed down, my
enslavers.
man. They're handed down. They're handed
But
down. Beliefs are
why
handed
would I?
down.
Hold on a second. You asked me. I'm gonna answer. Why
Go
would I
ahead.
want
Yeah.
to have beliefs of somebody that enslaved me? Why would I want to believe that? I understand why the enslaver wants me to believe that, but why would I want to believe that? Especially when I have the mind to think on my own now. I could understand if that was my only choice to have that tradition that was given to me, but now I have a choice. So why would I choose that one?
That's what I'm asking you, my man. If you believe in certain beliefs of each free or unfree person, it's imperative to have it for generations. Is that what you're getting to?
Yeah, I think we
All right.
definitely. But
And
I
I'm
think
asking you, what was so imperative of those beliefs that you actually remember your not you personally, but your family understands the imperative beliefs of your great grandmother. What were they? If you didn't look into them, you don't really see that way or feel that way for real. If you
well,
didn't look into those beliefs that she had, because then it tells me that you did not care about those beliefs and you only still care about your own.
so you saying I never talked or never listened to my grand or elders tell me stories about their life?
That's
You
what I'm
assuming that
asking
right
you.
there, first and
I didn't
foremost.
assume anything. I'm asking you what was imperative in their beliefs. If you did research and it was important to you, you have to do the schooling, my man. If you never looked into your family tree, look,
What do you
15
mean?
minutes
Like
ago, I said
we
we
were
came to
enslaved?
America. I said we came to America in 1896.
You
And
know
what
why
did
you?
I say? Where do we come from and what kind of people were we?
But you know we can't do that only to a certain point, right? You really see that's what I'm saying. You don't even realize that we can only do that to enslavement. I can't go back to the motherland in Zambia and find my traditional and my lineage, my
No, you
true
can't.
lineage,
You can't.
because it
You're
was
only
taken away
limited to the
from us
time
by
that
our
it.
enslavers. But no, like I said, nobody else did that in slavery, but people here in America, the white people here in
All
America,
right. All right.
right?
So I'm going to
Would you
ask you
say
another
that?
deep question. I'm going to ask you another deep question
But would you
because
agree
you just keep
about
on
that? 'Cause
digging.
hold on, before we
I
go
would
any
agree. I would agree. I would agree.
okay, we
I'm
just
going
want
to
to get that
totally,
clear to the audience.
Ron, I'm totally agreeing with you 110% of what you just stated. Okay.
Okay. All right.
What I asked you, sir, one more time. I want to say it slowly, and I don't mean to patronize or act like an ass or be one of those guys that you just don't like because I don't want to be that guy.
No, Chris, you're allowed to here. You're
You,
allowed to express yourself because that's
I
how we
get
get
that,
to understanding. Just like I'm gonna express myself, and I don't want you to
right?
take offense to what I'm saying because we just trying to get. We don't know each other, so we trying to get understanding. And we realize
That's
here
right.
sometimes people might say outrageous things, but we hope that their mind and their heart is in a good place.
What
So go
Yeah.
I'm hoping they pull
Don't
from
bite your
you.
tongue, Chris. We cool, man. Don't bite your tongue. You
It's
ain't
the
gotta be.
internet, man. We not coming to
Yeah.
see
Is
nothing
You ain't
here.
gotta walk.
I
You ain't
can't
gotta walk on
guarantee.
eggshells, man.
I
You ain't
can't
gotta walk on
guarantee you that
eggshells.
on
We
other
got.
panels, but on this panel,
what? I'll get back to that, but MD, don't make me forget that you got an X over black. I gotta know that story. That's fucked up, quite honestly.
Oh, it's simple. It's simple.
But wait. I'll get to you. I don't want to lose track. My thing again, Ron. If the history of your family is so imperative, the only question that I asked you, sir, to which you did not answer, is tell me something that was so important that's handed down from father to son to daughter to next family to grandchildren to tell me something imperative, at least to your great-great-grandmother.
Education.
What was important to her?
Education. Like so much so like my aunts and my mother, like we have a lot of teachers, stuff like that. It was education.
And not going to step on your toes because, you know, I'm not an intelligent person. Although I find myself to be. I don't sit in a room.
Yeah, man, come on. Just say
I don't sit in a room with 50 people and think, I'm the smartest motherfucker in here. You know, because that's what men do.
Right.
Black could be sitting next to me. Brian, you can be sitting to me. Black's son could be sitting next to me. We can all be having a beer, and we all do the same thing. I'm a lot smarter than this motherfucker. You look to your left, I'm a lot smarter than this motherfucker. You look to your right, I'm a lot smarter than this motherfucker. Men always think they're the smartest person in the room.
Do you know what? I never think that. That's why my last name is Moran. But I want to learn everything. That's the difference. I want to learn everything. So that's the conscious part. Well, go ahead.
I over here, my man, we live in segregation. My best friend was black.
Wow.
If you look at my high school picture, you would see me instantly and say, that right there, that's Chris. You don't even need to look and know what I look like, my man. I said that the answers to the test are ready. I am a white man. When you look at my high school picture, you pick me out by the color tone of my melatonin. Instantly. Okay. There was, I fought food, by blood, tooth, and nail every day of my life. I went to a ghetto school. The biggest ghetto school that you can possibly think of. They called it the zoo. They didn't call it school. They called it a zoo.
Ghetto school.
Chris, I got one question.
Yeah.
Is Trump racist?
I don't know. I'm on the fence about that one, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I am. Now, I don't think it's honest that he moved all those people. Look, I'm by Atlantic City. Where are you at, Black Sun?
I'm in Stone Mountain.
Okay, Stone Mountain. So you're out west.
Georgia.
No. It's Georgia.
Oh shit! You in the middle of the
birthplace.
Yeah,
Stone Mountain is the birthplace of the second coming of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah,
right. Second coming.
Yeah, they literally have a mountain with who was it, Lee on it? That's what Stone Mountain is. It's literally a mountain with his what would you call that? And it's not a great monument.
I forgot the question.
Like Rushmore.
So I can ask another question. So do you think, Chris, we should take down Confederate soldiers?
No. Why would you ever do that? History is history. Black or white or yellow or pink. History you cannot change. You cannot. You get a time machine. My man. You ain't changing shit. You're not changing shit.
Chris,
it's a piece of metal. That's all it is. You can stand there and stare at it, or you can not give a shit. You can look away. You know why? Because you have that in America. You can say what you want to say. You can almost do what you want to do as long as you follow the Constitution. Period.
So you being German descent, you don't agree with Germans trying to erase Hitler's history, do you?
No one's history.
Hold on.
No one's history can you change. No one's history.
Oh no, I agree with you.
Good, bad, ugly, evil. Look. I'm going to tell you this one time. There's God and there's heaven, there's sin. Okay, you can
Oh,
believe whatever you want to.
We
You
go.
can believe whatever
He
you
didn't
want
say
to.
that.
I don't
Another
give a fuck.
landmine.
Good. You were doing
I
good.
don't give a
Chris.
fuck.
You were doing good.
If-
Damn.
Hey, Chris is gonna be
if-
our golden goose. He's our golden goose. The
Mm.
Lord has blessed us this afternoon. God
Hallelujah.
bless
Thank
you.
you, Jesus.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, hold on, Chris. Let me
Yes,
ask you
it
a
is.
question. Are you familiar with the
You know?
United Daughters of the Dixie? Of the Confederacy? I'm sorry. Have you ever heard of them? The
My
United
phone rang.
Daughters.
Shit.
Have you ever heard of the United
United?
Daughters
United Daughters of the
Confederacy?
Confederate. I actually work with one of them. But go ahead.
Yeah, I know about them. I heard about them.
Yeah, those were the ones who
What
were
about
putting
'em?
up those. You know, they wanted to kind of keep the Civil War going, and that the Confederacy they wanted to make them still look good, so they started putting up those said monuments we were just talking
Wait,
about.
what do you mean by look good? There's a difference.
They
What do
didn't
you
want to
mean by
make it
look
seem
good?
like that the Civil War was fought over slavery.
That's what they said.
That's what they
Lost
tried.
cause.
Is that what they said, or is that what they think?
Well, they
There's a big
think and they
difference
acted
between what
upon
they
it.
said
Well,
and what
that's
actually
what they
believe.
that's what they propagandize is what they did.
Yeah, those thoughts became actions with said
Okay.
monuments, and then they went into the school system when those monuments weren't working for them enough. You know what I'm saying? Then they went into the school books and started telling tales that
Each person
slaves
is their
had
person.
picnics and stuff. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
and just like
Yeah,
you
like
said,
Black Sun when these indictments came down, that's what Black Sun did. Black Sun won a lost cause, the indictments, and make it seem like
Go ahead,
everything
Black.
was right and just.
you say
Should
lost
I call
cause
him
the
Black
indictment.
because he's got an X over Black? I don't know if I'm supposed to call him Black or MD or
No,
what.
just
I don't
What
mind
am
you
I
calling
supposed
me
to
Black,
call
man.
you?
It's. Do you
Are
want
you-
the story now, or you want to wait?
yeah. Let's go with the story now.
Are
man.
you the king of all Blacks, or what are you saying?
No,
Well,
I'm
Chris
not the
let
king
it
of
out,
Blacks.
man. Them shit's starting to... Wait, can I ask Chris a question? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Black.
go ahead. No, go ahead, Ron. Go ahead.
I
Is
just
there
want to
anything
ask.
you ever is there anything you ever wanted to ask a white guy? Go ahead, shoot.
I was just wondering, how did you find us? Did you find us through Blackson, or was it Conscious Moron, or were you on Facebook? We're just curious.
No. So I'm pretty big in with a couple shows. The biggest one was called We Are LA. And it's a guy, it's a Trumper, I look like Black Sun exactly the way that I see my buddy Anthony, and that's the guy that runs the show. We Are LA, one word. And we get along great. We're like, we're mixed breed brothers. There you go. It's not just a different mother. It truly, I love the man. He is a great person. He's got good soul. He has a lot of hardships and all that kind of stuff. And most of the time I feel that I have a little bit of the medicine that he needs to resolve his issues in life. And, I was just looking at his stuff, and somehow Black Sun came linked. And And I think it was someone else that was in here. I don't remember. Yesterday or somebody was in here and he says, "Oh yeah, We Are LA." Yeah, And the funny thing is, MD, there's one guy that's in there that we call King of All Blacks, Black Rosebud. He's from LA, and he used to have about 500,000 followers. As far as that, so somehow those two interlinked, and I fell upon this channel, and I heard Black Sun spitting some shit, and I was like, this motherfucker here,
That's the algorithm, man.
He either intelligent motherfucker, a stupid ass that came into something that he was reading and became a professional of, or he has no clue what he's talking about. And that's when I came in. I think it was probably MD, I was chatting. I don't know if you follow the chat log or if you just sat here on on a stream, or if you actually read the contents, that come up
Yeah, I
in
try to keep up.
the actual channel. Okay. But, I think I'm on day 3.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Cool.
man. Hey, shouts out to BRLA, man. Like I said, man, we always stirring up political discussion over here. But yeah, so
Yeah.
real quick, let me give you. So I'm not disowning black per se. I'm a black person. You know what I mean? I claim my blackness, but my
Really?
blackness,
I would have never
Yeah.
guessed. Go ahead.
but my blackness is tied to my culture, my mores, my my folklore, all of that. It's not tied to me politically, because the 14th Amendment under the Equal Protection
Oh,
Clause says so.
yeah.
So I cross out the black politically, not culturally, politically, because no one has the right to
Damn,
claim
that's tough.
anything based off of race, ethnicity, blase. You know what I'm saying? So I cross out black, trying to get people to understand, if you want something done politically, you can't do it based off of race. So I say no to black.
You don't think you can do it off a race? Black?
You can't.
Even if it's not a black race? What about
Let me
the
ask you a
Asian
question,
race?
MD.
Any race. If I was
Yeah,
white, I
MD.
would cross out white.
After you said that, MD, is it all right for a white guy to say the word without the hard ER, or with the hard ER? Which way do you think I'm allowed to say it?
You're not allowed to say it anyway unless you want to get knocked the hell out.
How do you know that?
Internet, like,
all right. I'm going to stop you right there, Ron. How can you say that word? Can you say it with a hard ER or just with an A?
I think I'm about to.
I'm just saying.
Ahead,
I'm just saying. If you were in front of black, if you were in front of MD,
it depends on the situation.
You wanted to say that word, and no.
No. Listen.
And
I'm
you
about
wanted just to
listen,
say the word to him.
Chris.
Go ahead.
You gotta listen sometimes. This is what I'm saying.
Listening. Yeah.
Like the A word, it could be almost an endearment. Like, yo, what's up, man?
Yeah.
But the ER one is when I'm mad and upset at him and something's about to go down. You see the difference? But
I know the difference. I'm just wondering how you put out the indifferences.
I try not to say
like Black said, I can't say it either way.
I mean, you can say it, but it just might be consequences for it. But not like
even
though
Ron, even though that I already told everybody in here that I'm 0.0% Nigerian.
Right. That's still
What's
not
that
enough.
mean? What's that mean? Oh, it's not enough.
So Nigerians are not.
It's not enough. It's not. What do you think?
No, I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you. Nigerians are not culturally black.
I'm listening.
Nigerians, you said 0.1%. Nigerians are not culturally black.
Why not?
Culturally, they're not. They may be scientifically or.
Where do you think black comes from?
Black means sub-Saharan African. That's all it means. Through a fault. No. Listen.
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
He said he gotta go. All right, let me spit it to Ron then. We know from a pseudo aspect of science, they use the term black for being a person of sub-Saharan Africa, right?
Right.
Okay.
Melatonin is melatonin, my man.
So if you have,
I don't know where you coming from.
Now you got the one drop.
So an Indian. So you said, if we're going off melatonin, Indians are black.
Oh yeah.
One drop, bro.
If you don't think Punjabs are black?
No.
No, Punjabs are not colored. Different.
That's not what black means. That's what I just said.
What is
there was a pseudoscience created. There was a pseudoscience created to make race.
There you go. Here we go.
We all know that the pseudoscience
is about racism is about indifferences, wrong or right. Period.
Yeah, it's indifferences between somebody in Southern Asia versus somebody in Sub-Saharan Africa. So how are you tying the two together?
Just because they came up where the sun was hitting stronger? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, black is tied into cultural aspects.
Oh, so you're saying there's a certain gene of melatonin? Is that what you're saying?
No,
to me?
I don't give a damn about melatonin
No, what he's
Well,
saying.
that's-
because it's people
Listen
that's
to
whiter
Ron.
than
Listen
you
to Ron for a
that's
minute. He
considered black.
gets what I'm saying. He's
No,
Ryan.
no, I'm about to tell you what MD means, Chris. He's saying.
No, I get that too. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's saying that black isn't just genes, it's culture, it's way of life. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like Amish would be things like that. I mean, you're still white though, right?
Also,
You know what I'm saying?
you're
So,
saying
what I'm saying
you
is
can
for-
be, you
a
can,
lot of
no, wait,
culture in
wait,
America-
wait.
America
So
is culture. Wouldn't you say that saying black is well?
I'm gonna go the other route now. Are you telling me a wigger is really black? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm
Oh
saying
wow!
he's
What the hell?
He's pretending to be black. He wants to be black.
and
What do
not
you mean
just
he
black.
wants
He
to
don't want to be
Black American.
not black. He don't want to be black. He want to be a.
It's a culture.
A black
it's where
American.
he grew up. It's where he grew up, my man.
But
I'm amazed. I didn't turn into one. Quite honestly.
You don't see no white person walking around with no dashiki and damn kufi on.
Oh, well, that's true. That's actually not a true statement.
I haven't seen
That's
that
actually a true statement. I have, yeah, right? Yeah.
No, let me stop. But you know what's funny? We're talking about the word, the N word, so I won't say it because Chris is a guest. We don't want to make him feel uncomfortable. But
Go ahead. You can say
part of
whatever
me
you want to
thinks
say.
that-
You can call me a wigger if you want.
No, I wouldn't.
I'm good.
No, I'm
I don't
saying,
know if
like,
you're a wigger or not.
No, I'm not a wigger. I'm a
Okay,
skateboarder.
I don't think he'll
I
wigger.
skateboard just like you, MD. When you were a kid, you skateboarded
I
and you
don't
roller
know
skated.
no damn skateboard.
Wait, I had a
No.
skateboard.
Oh, did you? Oh, I got
Yeah.
you guys mixed up. Look at that.
I had a skateboard, Back to the Future one. But damn,
Back
what was
to
I-
the Future. Back to the Future. It was made out of a box. What are you
No,
saying?
I'm saying it was literally a Back to the Future skit had Back to the Future on it. It was
So I skated with some of the top in America.
damn, Chris, what happened to you, Doug? Man, you a man of many. What's my man's name? Man of many paths.
I grew up with Rat, the singers,
group?
Rat, the group.
Round and round.
Yeah, damn, my man, fucking yeah. I grew up with them. I grew up with Poison, Motley Crue. They hang out at the same. It was Ray's Music Shop, you know.
So wait, you on the East Coast? I mean, you was on the West Coast at this time? Because I thought
no. Motley Crue's from LA, but they came here to try to, you know, in the beginning it was in New York and everything else where they, hip hop and all that shit was the bop over in LA. You couldn't bust anything in LA, you know, with rock, or at that time was modern or hard rock.
Motley Crue was playing in the LA clubs at that time. Weren't they?
Yes, they were. Yes, but that's all they did. You know what I mean?
I thought
they made it big over there, but they wanted to, expand themselves. They wanted to, that's when they came over here.
Hey, real quick, let me address
early in their development.
Let me address this comment that Unknown made. He said the word black was employed by the individuals whom tore Africa apart for colonial gains, not to categorize, but to dehumanize. Words involving color to sort and categorize promotes false philosophy. Actually, that's false, because you can correlate black all the way to the Arab conquest.
Sure.
Because they were calling sub-Saharan Africans black all the way back then.
Where the hell did blacks go?
Because we were just black as hell. We were blacker than everybody else, so they just called us black. I ain't got no problem with that. And I don't look at it as I just look at it as a characterization of physical trait. We was blacker than everybody else, so they called us black.
I don't think it's fair that I get sunburned. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, I blame your creator for that one.
That ain't
my creator didn't choose where I was going to upbring. There's not all control. Most people think religion is total control. It's not total control. Do I think that the power above is almighty and knows everything, well, yeah, life is nothing but a blink of an eye.
Well, I mean, that's true. That's true. I mean, but your creator could be
what
your
I
mom.
truly
Hell.
believe, what I truly believe is
That's what I used to
and I'm not going to spit a lot of gospel, but
No,
I'll
go
say
ahead.
one thing. With
We gonna get
one
Lex.
with one full sweep of the dragon's tail, he took a third of the stars out of the sky. That's what we face today. I don't know if you understand any of that, but that's what I believe. With one sweep of the dragon's tail, he took a third of the stars out of the sky. Do you understand any of that when I say that?
What scripture is that? What is that a
Dragon's
Bible
tail.
scripture?
That's not a scripture. That can't be a scripture. Dragon's tail.
Yeah, he
With
might. Yeah, he
one-
might be a.
with
He
one
might be a-
sweep, Google
Go ahead.
this. With one sweep of the dragon's tail, he swooped a third of the stars out of the sky.
Yeah, that sounds like some Norse. Damn, I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah.
Or just put in dragon's tail,
And
a third of the stars. And,
we're
now
learning
you're
over
gonna
here.
make me
Oh,
Google.
that's
Now you're going to
what
make
we
me
do.
Google my own stuff here.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Was Jesus black, Chris?
I believe Jesus just might have been black. Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus wasn't no black.
But I'm going by
There
the
ain't no
very
black people in
first,
North Africa.
the very first, and this is where it's going to tear, because the very first person creation that we can actually go back into was a black African woman, not Mary. I hate to say that, but so that means that the devil took a third of the angels, my friend.
See, I
So
was just about to look
it's
it up, man.
yeah, it just means the devil. And when I say devil, I mean the angel to which was stricken from heaven itself, which is obviously the devil itself right now. He took a third of the angels. That's what it means with him.
Why do you think? Oh, go ahead, MD. I'm sorry. I see about that.
No, I wasn't. No, I'm just putting up comments. Something about Haile Selassie. Man, listen, man. Everybody in the Horn of Africa is the original mulattoes. I don't give a damn about no East Africa. They ain't me.
He says, read up on your privileges.
That ain't me, bro.
What the hell? That's not you. Oh, no.
This is a great show. Thank you guys, man. This is a really great show. Blackson, where Blackson at, man? You don't fell down the rabbit hole.
He's tossing. He's bleeding out. He's bleeding out. Wait, I'll use this line one more time. He bleeding out.
Yeah, real talk, man. East Africa is a hodgepodge of a lot of different ethnicities, man. It always has been because of their location.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So I don't consider them
That's
black.
what I said earlier. I just said that a while ago. It's all about
Well,
location. MD, I said that.
I agree with you, but what I'm telling you is, from the aspect of how we view race, that's based off of culture,
Right.
and it was pseudo-identified by people that created it based off of phenotypes, and I don't go by that.
Do you
Black
know what the problem
is it. Go ahead.
Do you know what the problem with America is, Black?
What's the problem? What's the problem?
What's the problem? Let me break it down.
We haven't faced the greatest.
How old are you, MD?
I'm 38.
38. Probably not the right question. Ron, how old are you?
I'm in my 40s, 45.
All right, you're a little bit better. All right, okay. What happened? What happened to Ron when streetlights came on?
You had to go in the house.
And the neighbors see your ass out there still kicking the ball. The neighbor, not your parents, your neighbor.
Now your neighbors could whoop you, and then tell
Yeah.
your parents. Then your parents gonna whoop you.
Get you to whooping
Yeah,
ass.
I grew up like that too, bro.
Yeah.
You did too, MD?
Yeah.
In your 30s? Oh, okay. Well, dude, I was such a hellion. I would have 7 ass whoopings before I got home for the real one. My old man, and I already said this before because I was saying that about Black Sun. He don't even know what the Battle of Agnar is. No clue.
Hold on, Chris. Where are you from originally? I'm sorry, I heard y'all talking about it when I got back on. Where are you from originally?
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Harrisburg,
Okay, I've been to
It's
Harrisburg
a
plenty of times.
state capital.
You in Quaker country.
That's down Lancaster, but okay. Yeah.
Well, same thing.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is,
40 miles. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, that aspect of Pennsylvania always had community as a root, like around where you live at. So
Mine was a different community, my man.
well, Harrisburg, you got some hoods in Harrisburg. I've been, like I said, I'm a truck driver. I've been to Harrisburg plenty of times.
Yeah, it was primarily black people.
Yeah, Harrisburg is a hood.
Near me, were older black ladies. I had lots of ass whoopings with Shumac. All right, ain't no other than the people around Harrisburg that grew up in Harrisburg know what a Shumac stick is. A witch.
Yeah, but that's
I don't know what that is, but a switch. You didn't get beat with the switch?
I didn't really get beat, man. I was the baby, so
I used to get my ass.
You had a good life, my man.
Yeah, as long as I didn't kill myself.
Yeah, you had a good life.
Yeah, that was cool.
No. If I did something, and we called her,
you going
beautiful lady. I can't say enough about her.
Chris, you breaking up. Say it again.
I said I was grew up and had a black lady that babysat me. My father was a single parent. My mom ran out on us. So, I was raised by a black lady where I was told, I make all kind of food, to be honest with you. But anyway, and I was just brought up a little bit differently.
And I'm sure that
that I am. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, that's called
see
being American, man. Like that's called being American.
I don't. Well, sure. I was just raised different, And what I mean by a Shumac switch is, when we were kids, you would go pick your own switch. You would grab the branch off the tree and take the leaves off that switch for you to get your own ass whooping.
Yeah.
The trick of the switch is knowing by how many times you get hit. Because most people say, I ain't grabbing that big ass one. That mother gonna hurt. No, my man. No, you grab that big one. You grab that big one. Yeah, you grab that skinny ass one, that motherfucker swing. And it gonna cut in your ass. I mean, it's just it's how we brought up. When that light came on, you not home, there's an issue. It's just that
you
simple.
might be right, 420. I think Chris looking for a stamp of approval. Hey, let me ask you this, Chris.
Oh, I don't need no stamp. Don't be handing out no stamp.
He's like a referee with a whistle. He done took that ass with him. He with us. He said he initiated it.
MD, I'm going to tell you right now. You take that stamp, put it on a damn letter, and mail that shit out to somebody cares, because I don't care. I don't need somebody's approval. You know who's
okay? I got you.
I need my own. My own.
Chris.
I don't need to. I don't need to impress anybody. You know what, Black MD? You know what? Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
What's the most important? What's the most important to you? When I was brought up, there were certain degrees. My father taught me a lesson when I was a very young kid. You know what he told me?
What's up?
There was two big lessons in life. What other people think of you is none of your damn business.
I agree.
That is
100%.
their thought. You can't change another man's mind about how people are in his mind. You can't change it. Can you alter it? Absolutely. The other biggest lesson I ever learned in life was me chasing down a kid that owed me $20. You know what the old man said to me when he seen me chase that boy because he owed me $20? He said, "Do you like that kid?" I said, "No, I can't stand him." $20 is an easy price to pay for some motherfucker to walk across the street to not confront you. Easy price to pay.
Yeah, 20
Let it
bucks.
alone. Let him be afraid of you. It's just giving you more power. Maybe later in life he'll feel bad and want to try to repay you something. That's
No
it.
doubt, no doubt. Words
was-
of wisdom from Chris, from brother Chris.
And his
Words
father.
of wisdom.
Yeah, pretty cool dude, seems like, man.
So anyway, the Battle of Agnar, which no one has a clue. That's what my dad did. He went to the Philippines. He raised his hand after the attack of Pearl Harbor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He went over to the Philippines and he only told me one story. I never knew anything other than what he told me. I laid on 3 islands for 3 days each, dying each time, 9 days. And that's all he ever told me. And he came back with 3 Purple Hearts. You can't get a 4th Purple Heart. And later in life, I found out after we buried him, the Battle of Agnar is the Midway. And how many medals he had. And he never took rank. I'm like, I don't understand. What? How can someone be so medaled up? Bronze star after a bronze star after a bronze star. I didn't even know what an Oakley cluster was. He had 21 bronze stars and never took rank. And at his funeral, old man came up to me and says, I really respect your father, with all the accommodations and medals that he had, and he never took rank. I said, yeah, I know. I'm just learning about this stuff. And he says, he wanted to stay with his friends. He never took rank. He wanted to be at the front line.
Well,
So,
Hey, no doubt, man. No doubt.
yeah.
that's powerful shit. So I mean, so he was kind of a one for all for one type of guy. Won't leave anybody behind. I'm saying after he
Yeah.
after he
Yeah,
left,
I would agree to that statement. I don't know what he was thinking. I just know, obviously, he said, and the weird thing is other than the story they would tell me about the 3 days for 3 different islands, 9 days, that's all he said. But the war obviously was a couple of years in his effect anyway before he came back. And they said, that's it. We can't use you anymore. You got a grenade in your back and shrapnel and everything else, and you can't move appropriately compared to, you're just going to die. Pretty deep stuff.
Cool.
yeah.
What's this say? Chris, go get a street. Pray for me. What the heck? I fuck with Chris. I don't know who that is. I don't know who 420
That's
is.
our
But
man 420 out there, man.
yeah.
Yeah, man. We fuck.
I don't mess with no 420, my man. If you don't know a Thai stick or Columbia or Michikawa
What
or
about
any of that
Acapulco?
stuff, you know what Thai stick is? What are you saying?
Yeah, I know what Thai stick is.
You do? Okay.
I never had it, but I've heard stories and legends.
That shit that they make now, brother, you don't even want to get around. I don't want to get around. I don't know about you, but you're lacing that shit with fentanyl and everything. There used to be good dope. There ain't no good dope.
Oh man, I know, man.
No,
You gotta
there
be
ain't no
careful.
good dope.
You definitely gotta be careful nowadays. Unfortunately.
What, you never made your own seeds?
No, but I know some people who know some people who know some people.
Yeah. Yeah, I made my own seeds, man. I married my seeds back in the day.
Okay.
And like I said, I wanted to be a cop. It's just, around here, I'm a body shop manager. This is what I did for 40 years. I made custom custom rides, custom bikes, custom whatever. I don't care. Bring in a lawnmower. I'll make it a custom lawnmower. I don't care. You got the money? I'm good. But anyway, I have my 120 certification. I got my 220 certification. It's more certified than most of the cops that are around me. But I just couldn't fulfill that want that I wanted to be able to help people and become a police officer, because there's just too much corruption. And that's the way that I feel in political stances right now. There's way too much corruption in our political. I mean, look what they're doing. You know, the whole thing is just a monotony. Like, what are you thinking? I'm going to impeach Biden and his son. Dude, what my son does when he grows up, guess what? It goes back to what I was taught when I was a kid. Yes, I have influence, and I should try to change things, but he is a man, and is none of my business. I mean, it just goes back to the same thing. It's just a circle of life, you know.
Right.
These people are just, they're, you know, the whole thing. We're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. And, you know, the Constitution. You gotta have something against you that is a law that's being broken before charges are brought for you. I mean, it's just stupid. It's stupid. The whole thing is stupid.
What do you think causes it? Because I mean, because a lot of these people have common sense, and you know what I'm saying. It seems like they're caught up in a.
It depends on what kind of degree of common sense you go. I mean, are you talking Marjorie Taylor Greene? Are you talking Marjorie Taylor Greene common sense?
That's not common sense, man. I think that's just
pure. How common do you think common sense is?
Maybe that's the problem. It's not as, but you would think up in that ranks. Like, I just want to say because you know, I think politicians on both sides know what they're doing, and they work together hand in hand. We're gonna make you look bad for 4 years, and we're gonna act like the good guys. Then the next 4 years, you act like the bad guys. You know what I'm saying? Vice versa. So I think they hot potato the, you know what I'm saying, our emotions. But it almost seems now like people are just so indoctrinated with this lure of Trump, and I don't know if it's kind of, because I call it almost the OJ Obama effect. You know what I'm saying? And I think a certain section.
I like that.
See, so you get it where I'm going. I think a certain section of you know what I'm saying. People got afraid with, you know, with the Obama being elected and things like that.
It's the stuff that Trump does. I'm gonna just run. I'm just gonna people. I didn't do it. I didn't say it. Well, you know, he is a complete narcissist. He is just, there's no control.
Tyson, where you at, man? Come on.
As soon as you think he's agreeing with something, the whole boat is tipped over. It's like Titanic. Like, what the hell? You know, with the spit that he says, just, it has no sense. And most people, did you look at the charges against Trump? Nope.
No, they don't believe it.
No,
but that's what I'm saying.
What are you doing here? Yeah, I'm spending 5 hours to be able to see Trump. Okay, you're spending 5 hours to see Trump.
That's what I.
But they won't look at the November 6th report, or like what? If you're going to be smart, be smart. Obviously, you're not smart.
But what do you think is the? Okay.
Education is either good or bad. It doesn't matter what it is. And here's the thing, Ron. You as a smart person, because you sound like a smart man.
Oh well,
you actually dipped into the weird side of the devil, and you actually researched that stuff. You learned about that stuff, just to coincide that it was against to which the things that you actually believe to be right. You had to test the wrong.
Right.
If you don't test the wrong, you are not right, my man.
Yeah, you right.
You know.
You're definitely right. You don't know what good is until you dealt with bad.
That's right. That's right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's all but a lump on your head. How many lumps can you take? Boom. I mean, there's a clown up there. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to get in a living color kind of scenario in your brain, but you know, there's a clown up there with a hammer, and every time you say something stupid, you know what I mean? Bonk, right on your head. It's just one more lump. And quite honestly, and it's a shame to say this because once again, I was Republican all my life. These fucking Republicans are fucking stupid. Absolutely off their wall with what they come up with. And the fishing poles in the river. Like, do you guys know that you got to have some kind of bait on that hook to catch a fish? You know, you're throwing things out there that have no merit whatsoever. Zero merit. And it's just insulting to me. Ron, let me ask you one question before I go real trippy. Let's say Highland. You know, where you can go have and I'm sure you know this, you can go smoke a joint in their tea shop. You know their laws.
Right.
Very easy. How many political stances are in Holland in comparison to the United States in the size factor of what? I don't even know what Holland is. Maybe 18% of America. How many political stances do you think there is in Holland?
You mean like that oppose one another?
Well, right now you know that there's an independent, there's a Republican, and there's a Democrat in America, right?
Right.
You would agree? How many stances are in Holland?
You know what? I don't think there's a lot. I think they're pretty neutral with each other, right? Or cool with each other. I can't think of.
There's over 27. In fact, I think it's in the hundreds. But the strong parties are about 27 political stances.
Really?
Yeah. Look up political stances in Holland.
All right.
The Netherlands. It's the same country. It's all the same country. Netherlands, Holland.
See, this is Black's area. He knows better to go.
He don't know shit. He acts like he knows something.
Black's knows it, man. Black's knows.
He spits what he knows. That's why I said I like him. He what he studies, he focuses on that point until he knows a lot about it, and then he moves to the next focal point.
You got to start coming around Thursday.
I'm not going to say he's autistic because that's what autistic people do. But
Black's though he's a good dude. I'm rolling with Black's, and he's my the counterpart on the Democrat. I mean on the Republican side.
And when he thinks he has you in the trick box. I love unfolding that box.
Yeah, that's what
I love unfolding that box and saying, dude, it's not a box, it's a circle. I fucked you up real good. I will sit here and do that shit to him every day. Every day.
Oh my God.
Because I love flipping that page. See, you're an honest person. You don't plot things kind of like me and him. I think he's a pretty good plotter. And he lays the eggs down, and then he'll even lay bacon down to lure your ass in. You know what I mean? And I'm the same kind of way, except, you know, I will feed into it until I get close to the bacon. You know what I mean? You catching what I'm saying? Right. I'll eat all those eggs. And then when he really wants to reel you in, just like catching a fish, because that's the terminology I always use. You know, you get up to that bacon, you just churn that box into a bowl and flip it on his ass. And, you know, I don't know if it's going to be right or wrong. I'm not going to tell you that I lie about what I view. I just reel you in, you know, for his advancements. That's all I do. And that's why I'm so good on a lot of talk. You know what I mean? It's not a big show here. You know what I mean? You got a couple of people in here, comes around every once in a while. You know what I mean? I don't know how many does he have? He has 11.2K. So, you know, But it's all in fun.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, it's all it is. It's all in fun. If you want to have fun, hey, come on the show. We'll have a little fun. We'll have a discussion. Then I'll disappear for 45 minutes. I'll say everything I want to say for the last
Oh no, he's
40 minutes.
trust
And
me.
then when it's your turn, I'm just going to disappear. Ricky Bobby.
Oh man. Oh man, yeah, you can't do that. You can't crush him. You gotta wait till he come back. But how do you think we can shift? I don't even want to say shift, but how do you think people can just
Maneuver.
maneuver people
There
to
you
start understanding that these are literally the facts? Do you think that trial is going to change people's mind? Them being able to see and kind of hear the like litigate.
Common sense. Once again, you said it just a while ago. Common sense is not very common.
Yeah,
It's
but
just what do you got a mask on for? I mean, on your logo, on your
I was just playing around with it and tried to be cool, and I started the channel when the pandemic was going.
shit. I was hoping you were going to tell me that you spray and stuff like that, but you don't spray.
Nothing cool or
I
lame
do.
like that. And then, like when I initially started, I didn't know if I was going to become.
So
famous.
here's the scoop, my man. I'm going to be 54.
All right.
N95. Do you know anything about masks?
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
do?
I mean, do I know anything?
Do you-
I've heard about
Yeah,
that.
the function of a mask. Do you have any clue what a function of a mask is?
Isn't it supposed to filter the air?
Yeah. So what do you think an N95 is? What does that
At
mean?
the top of the line of the mask, like it literally does what it's supposed to do: filter the air and keep all the.
Okay. What do you think the N is
I couldn't
in
tell.
N95? It's a nano. Nano
Okay,
means nano.
right. Small
So
particle.
we know understand N is a nano. That's the size of a particle.
Right.
What do you think 95 is?
It's that the percentage of which the nanos can't get
The
in?
percentage of the nanos to which cannot come in. So there's a nano of 5.
Oh, I got that right. All right.
COVID. How big do you think the nano of COVID is?
Oh, not this rabbit.
Yeah, it's a rabbit hole.
This 0.2.
It is actually about almost 3. So
Okay.
that mask will protect you. Listen to this because you're going to like it. That mask will actually protect you on the amount of the factor of the COVID disease gets into your bloodstream. That goes into your S proteins, your sugars. Those sugars enter your system just like AIDS. AIDS enters into the same area of the S chromosome of your system. In fact, that's why I think it's actually made, because AIDS has been around for a long time, and we keep fucking around with COVID, and I think we're going to come up with a cure for AIDS.
Really?
And just like I think pretty soon, and I said it last year and I was wrong, that the flu shot was going to be part of the COVID and the flu because it's SARS. That's all COVID is. It's SARS. And it attacks people. There you go. It attacks people that are compromised through vitamin D, which also affects the people that have melatonin, which are my black brothers and sisters.
I've heard this one. I've been down this rabbit hole too.
Yeah, it is actually physically true.
But it doesn't seem like a lot of us passed away from it. Seems like we were more. I know a few. I won't say I don't know, but
so my buddy, We Are LA. Already told you about that. Anthony, best friend, good guy. He had COVID now twice.
Right.
Last time he was wrapped up in LA hospital and ventilator and putting their legs up and all that crap for, I don't know, I think it was about 30 days. Was Anthony, how long was he in the hospital? Do you know?
He was longer than 30 days.
Was it longer than 30
Yeah, it was
days?
longer than 30 days.
Longer than 30 days. And he still said to me, I ain't taking a shot, Chris. I ain't taking it. I'm like, Jesus, dude, just get the freaking shot. You know, and the crazy thing is he hung out with a lot of weird people in LA that were, you know, the people that would go into Kroger's and what's the other place? The health food store. What's the big health food store in LA? We have one around here. I can't think of it, but
it wouldn't wait. GNC?
No. You're thinking medication. I'm thinking organically.
Oh.
Forget of it.
Not
Or whatever it is. They would go in there and get a health fruit drink and all that, not wear a mask and all this other stuff. I quite honestly, I think the mask help. I've been wearing a mask. I'm a body shop manager, so I've been wearing a mask since I was probably about 17,
Yeah,
18, before I knew when I came home and blew my nose and a whole bunch of Bondo came out of my nose and everything else. It's nothing. It's a piece of fabric over your mouth, regardless of how big or how thin or anything. And you know, you are protecting more others than you are your own self, because standard breathing. I mean, we all know when we go outside in the middle of winter, because you don't see your breath until it's frozen, you know, of how much anticipation comes out of that mask. You know, but we know that it's pushed to one direction or another. So I think the whole thing's crazy. And over here it's nuts. You're where are you at? You say you're still in Ohio or you're new?
I'm in Georgia as well. Stone
You're in
Mountain.
Georgia. Well, you guys are fucking deep into it with all this
It's time to divert
insurrection.
my grace, man. I'm trying
Insurrection.
to get more people.
Denying New York City, they're about to shut down again. I mean,
Oh,
this new 286 variant. I don't know if it's, you know, past reception of what I'm going to call Black Sun's zombie shot, because that's what I think he's going to call it. He's going to call it zombie shot. You know, like everybody's walking around like zombies or something like that. But I believe in vaccinations. I truly believe in vaccinations. And
Okay. Wow, you don't really, man. A conservative believes in vaccinations. I mean, a Republican. I'm sorry. Please.
I'm not a Republican anymore, sir.
Okay, not anymore.
Yeah,
You don't
not anymore.
You don't think you ever going back to them?
I think it could happen.
Okay.
It could, you know, it could happen. Yeah.
Hey,
Now,
welcome.
Chris, when you say you believe in vaccinations, you believe in vaccinations.
Oh, that brought you back.
No, I've been no. You know, I'm back and forth. I got a like leaky pipe, so I'm listening.
Okay. You know,
But
we
when he
held
said
you
that-
down, baby. We held you down. We just,
no. That's why I love it.
we
That's
were
why
having a great. We missed you a little bit. We were having a great
That's why
conversation.
That's why I said, welcome aboard, Chris, man. I appreciate the hold down, man. Yeah, man. He's officially part of the show.
Yeah,
But-
anytime you want to come through, Chris, you always.
Do you know what? Do you know what U.S. versus Massachusetts is, Blackson?
Bassett?
Fill me in.
It's been a law that's been passed since 1911 about in vaccinations and the importance of it and what you have to do before you can attend school.
Okay.
So it says quite frankly, each state is governed by its own governor. That's the Constitution right there. And he will inset the set of rules and laws to either make it mandatory or not mandatory. Now, the Constitution also says that you cannot force somebody upon vaccinations of religion. So you can do whatever you want. Quite honestly, this is the way I look at it, Blackson.
Is that connected to the Fourth Amendment, or the? I'm trying to think where you can your body kind of you have total. I mean, never mind. I'm sorry.
Fourth Amendment.
I want to say it's one of those amendments where you had a right. I look it up. I'm sorry.
Keep
Let
your
me
paper. Keep your papers in order. No, it has nothing to do with keep your
Is it-
papers in order. So the Fifth Amendment means shut the fuck up. Sixth Amendment is what Sidney Powell's doing right now. She those are laws about
Okay.
the
I'm gonna
justice system, being arrested and stuff like that.
Right.
I'm
I'm gonna look into it now. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris. Man, finish up, man.
Yeah, it just says each state will govern its own governance. That's and it's a law since 1911. Pennsylvania, the first pandemic. Well, I'm not going to call it the first pandemic, and it's kind of funny because we always blame somebody else. Like Spanish flu. You know what the Spanish flu is? It's the swine flu. You know where it came from? I'm really asking you. Hello?
The Spanish flu came from us.
Yeah, what state?
I want to say Alabama.
No, I'm going to give you a bigger tip. It's where your man here grew up. Ohio.
Ohio. Okay.
Talk about
So-
Ohio. No, let me
The,
stop.
the swine flu, and which now is the swine flu, we call it the Spanish flu because we had to blame somebody. That's what Americans do. They can't say it's from our own selves. We had the same thing, where I forget what they called it. A spit on a curb equals death. They actually have a museum that's called the Spit of Death, because back then, standardly spitting. That's what. Did you ever see and know about things years ago that someone said to you, and it's funny. It's just so stupid. Spitting on a curb, it's against the law. You can get a fine for that. Did you ever hear anybody said that?
Yeah, I've heard that.
You know
Yeah,
what that's from? You know what that's from?
Mm-mm.
It's from the swine flu. That's why it's against the law. Back then, it was against the law to spit on a curb because people would try. Why do you think floor mats are in front of our houses right now? Why do you have a floor mat in front of your house? Right in front of your door. Why do you have one?
Fill
The
us in.
swine flu. It was a habit of us to put a mat in front of our door so we can wipe off our feet so we can get off the swine flu that we called the Spanish flu. Every pandemic has a nursery rhyme. Every stupid freaking nursery rhyme is about a pandemic. Ring around a rose, pocket full of posies, ashes, we all fall down. Such a simple little task. You know what it's about? It's about the Black Plague. It would cause rings around your body. Ring around the rosy. Everybody back then thought posies would counter and help you. Pocket full of posies.
Chris, I was
Ashes,
actually
ashes.
that.
Oh yeah, you held that up. I got to get that. I got it in PDF.
Yeah. Actually, it's in here, man. I'm damn. I forgot it. It's in here actually. All the all that's in here, man. The everything that followed the Black Plague.
I got
and
the
all.
PDF. I just got to read it now. So
Yeah. You're gonna
you're
like
gonna
it.
have to give me. You're gonna have to give me 6 months, there, Black. I'm just telling you.
No problem, man. And in fact, I think you're gonna really love Volume 2 and Volume 3 because they get in the whole origin of the witches, Draculas, and all
Yeah,
that. But
you were
we
saying.
know,
Yeah.
yeah, we already know where Dracula comes from. But they come from the whole
Black
superstitions.
is Jesus real?
Huh?
Is Jesus real?
No. Mm-mm.
No.
No.
In what state of mind? In your own state of mind?
I guess. I mean, they don't. Well, when you say like Jesus,
Mhm.
like the first thing that comes up my mind is like where Well, and that goes for anybody in the Bible. That goes for
No,
Solomon.
it's just a straight no. It's just a straight.
Oh, no.
Do
Yeah,
you
yeah. I'm
think
sorry. No,
Jesus
yeah,
is real?
yeah, no.
You don't. You don't.
No.
So you don't think there was a gentleman back in the day that might have been a false prophet? Is that what you're saying to me?
No.
So you don't believe in the stone and 3 days and
No.
the rising? You don't believe in any of that?
Mm-mm.
You don't believe in sprawl to which was wrapped around the guy named Jesus?
No.
You don't.
Nope.
Are you good with your judgment at the end? Where do you go at the end?
Oh, I don't know. I've never died before, so I don't know.
Correct. So
Right.
let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You're falling off a cliff. What's the first thing you yell?
Help.
Is that what you do?
Help.
You don't say, "Oh God." You don't say, "Oh God." You don't say,
I mean,
"Oh God." You don't
so-
scream for Jesus.
So a lot of no, I don't. But a lot of people, I know where you're going with this. A lot of people, it's like almost.
No,
like
I
a
want to
term
know
of-
your heart. I want to know your heart. I'm not looking at your soul. I'm looking at your heart. That's what I want to know. I just
Oh,
want to dip into you
okay.
a little bit
Okay,
on
no
a
problem.
philosophical side of things, not a
problem.
mental side of things. A philosophy, just your state.
Philosophy. Okay.
Yeah,
We could do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so because I've studied so many different cultures, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Nagtak tablets, the Dead Sea Scroll, the Nakiba Nagash, all
Yep.
these books have a similar stories. And so because Christianity is the newest, I cannot look at Christianity seriously and say, no, I believe none of that stuff because of the other stories prior to that, the Gilgamesh Eggers, all those books that have a similar story. They have the Noah story, the rebirth story, the virgin story. So no, I can't. I mean,
So you don't believe in a religion?
no, absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
No, I don't either. I don't either. But I'll tell you
Right,
this:
right.
I do have one tattoo, and it is of Jesus. It's on my right
Right,
arm. But I'm going to
right.
tell you again: I am
Mhm.
not a religious person. I
Right,
don't know
I
if
get
you're
it.
following what I'm saying to you.
I'm following exactly what you're saying.
Okay, so I don't believe in a certain religion. I believe in my beliefs,
Right.
and I believe there is a God. I believe there is a Jesus. I believe there is something more superior. Do you know anything about and I always use it because you're good. I'll reel you right in like a fish, and I'll tell you that a million times. Do you know
Okay.
what a striper fish is? Do you have any clue what a striper fish is?
No.
No. Okay. So it's a bass, big bass. All right, just think
Okay.
about a big bass. Okay.
Okay.
And he has layers. It almost looks like carbon fiber, except the carbon fiber is beautiful lines of silver, beautiful lines of black. I mean, there's straight lines and everything else. Now, man made its own striper. They took a bass and a striper, took an egg, they mixed it together. Out came a striper. What happened to the stripes? They're broken lines. They cannot recreate that. What do you think made things like that? Do you think there's a higher source? Do you think the world is so perfect that there's no other source of higher being? Do you think we came from alien world? What is your stance of your heart, not your soul, but your heart? Where do you think we came from? Where do you believe we evolved? I mean, I know right now you're going to tell me that we came out of water as a frog or a catfish and we start growing legs. I don't care.
Okay.
Where do you think our supreme being came into?
Okay, so you allow me to do my
You think
philosophy. Okay, so you allow me to
Sure,
do my
yeah. I want to hear it. I want you to spit, but I don't want you to spit for 15 minutes. But
No, it won't be that long. It won't be that long. But I'm only going to go as long as how many questions you ask me. Then then I'll extend it. But based on just it's satisfactory, I'll stop. But if you got more questions, so
Yeah.
I'm a person who don't believe in the concept of creation. I believe, since we want to deal with belief, that everything has always been here. There is no beginning, no ending. Everything is continuous. Now, if I was to agree with the concept of God, that means somebody with, if I agree with God, that means I agree with the concept of creation, correct? That means somebody created
That's
God.
correct.
So
Yeah.
that kind of
You no
cancels
void
that.
it. No void it. Yeah.
So I'm left to think that it's a mystery. Nobody knows. And if somebody claims they know, then I look at them sideways, like, really? But no, it's a mystery. I don't know. I can honestly say I don't know. I don't have so much pride to say, oh, it's a God. I can't, because
Well, that's not being an atheist, though, Black Son. That's being an agnostic.
no. Hold on. MD.
My bad. I just got back up. My bad.
That's an
No, you
easy.
good, you good.
That's an easy ass cop out. Quite honestly, I ain't even going to take that
Cop
shit.
out?
Yes, that is a total cop out from
So-
answering. There's got more answers in your brain other than saying, I don't know.
Well,
The what really
taking
pisses
a
me off when
guess.
people
How you doing?
say, and they know they're guilty, they'll say, I have no memory of that. I have no memory.
Yeah, but
Because that's a
again,
bullshit line.
okay, but the only thing, Chris, people are making absolutes. So I can make I can make a belief. Okay, so the reason why I never go broke is because there's a pink unicorn in the trunk of my car that spits out $5 bills. Do you believe that?
Okay. Well, if you wipe your ass with every $5 bill, you're still broke.
I mean, but
I'm just telling you.
I'll never go broke as long as this pink unicorn in the trunk of my car. So you have to choose to believe that. So the person who makes the God, they make the claim. So it's up to us whether we want to choose to believe that or not, regardless
So
of how.
let me ask you a question: the $5
All right.
bill theory, the $5 bill theory, does it have any holds to the supreme being understanding that something's happening? And you can call it a pink, whatever unicorn, which
Right.
is a thought up thing that we all know goes back to a nursery rhyme, because we know there's no pink unicorns, there's no fairy tales, there's no, to me, even though there's some crazy ass bitches out there believe in Bigfoot, Loch Ness monster, the creature in the lake, and all this stuff. I like to have
Black
your
Son.
feedback about that, because you probably believe in some of that stuff, but you won't believe in Jesus.
No, I
You
don't
got to
believe
go
in
back. You got to go back to the agnostic thing, though, Black Son, because what you just described
Let's do
is agnosticism.
Okay, let's break it down, MD.
You said you don't know.
Right, I don't
Like
know.
that. That's pretty much the foundation of agnosticism.
Well, he asked me
I would
specifically
agree.
where. Well, no, he asked me specifically where do we come from, and I'm saying I don't know. That's not saying that I believe in a God. It doesn't say I don't believe in a God. So I disagree. An agnostic person will say, well, it must be something out there. I'm saying I don't agree with that.
It all comes back to a circle, my man. The world is too perfect. The world is way too perfect. Do you think in any degree, I mean, look, we believe in some weird stuff. Do you believe in time, Black Sun?
time. Yes.
You do. Even though it's just of this world. Of just this world is our time, and the sun that boils at every 11 solar cycle years before it starts flaming back down, like a pot on the stove. Every 11 years that sun boils, and that's when the sunspots come out. Then someone pulls it off the stove and it cools down. Who's pulling that sun back and forth every 11 years? If you think time is irrelevant to you, you're lost.
Well, again,
February 29th. Let me ask you a quick question. Real
Okay.
simple. Let's say it's the most important question in your life. How many days how many months have 28 days in a year?
I don't know.
One.
All of them. Every single one has 28 days in them. It's the people that don't think forward, that say, well, possibly one, but maybe it's a leap year. Time is just what you believe it is. time is just in this world. So if you're going to say there's no religion and there's no God, you got to believe in space. Is that what you're telling me? You got to
This is
believe
where
in
I gotta-
space?
there's no
And
such thing as months. That's
and
man-made.
dinosaurs.
This is where I got to come in and say, Chris, you got to come back when I get Zanzi on here because you and Zanzi will go at it because this is not really my
And not your
expertise.
patois. Not your
It's not my patois. Oh, and he
Yeah.
speaks French. He's Canadian, by the way. Zanzi, if you're
Parlez-vous
listening,
français?
Zanzi, if you're listening, I got one for you.
Parlez-vous
Shout out to
français?
Zanzi.
See, that's why I'm
Come on in.
anonymous. I can, like I said, my whole belief is that your belief is your destiny after this life.
There you go. My man said
That's-
right
that's
there.
what I
That's
believe.
fucked up. And it's the truth because, again, religion and all that stuff, everybody's talking about religion, this and that.
Well, don't get
They
it
believe
twisted.
in
It's not-
dinosaurs. They believe in dinosaurs. And I said, well, then
all of it is
you're
made
trapped
up.
in your own world. You're trapped
Hold
in
on,
your own
alligators.
world.
Alligators are dinosaurs, aren't they?
They are.
Okay.
So
Birds are too,
walleye.
but yeah, I mean,
Walleye, muskies, I can name a whole bunch of fish, you know what I mean? Then we get into the ocean, with sharks and stuff like that. There's
squids
teeth in there that are 3.2 million years old.
Right.
How we're equating that time is just by us. We're ignorant. Time is only of this earth, about a sun, just one sun moving around 9 planets. Where the fuck do you get off thinking that time is consistent with anything to which is out in the universe? I don't care if you're a Big Bang person, not a Big Bang person. It's just, a never-ending equation, and
but here's the thing though. Planets and stars are entities just like you.
well, sure.
So why wouldn't I believe that these stars, these planets operate in the same consciousness as we do?
They don't. That's what I'm saying. That's my standpoint of saying about people in time.
Well, I disagree.
We are nothing but a blink of an eye, literally in space.
I disagree. I disagree.
You disagree?
I think we have more. I think we have just as much as a constitution in reality as a planet or a star. That's my opinion. And the reason I say that is because we're all intertwined. Here's the thing about being anonymous, right? Even though I know that all of this stuff is made up when we try to garner what religion is, it's more or less control of a populace. That's all it is. But the aspect of the supernatural within the religion is intertwined within everybody in the society. Here's an example. If I'm a Christian and I'm emboldened to be subconsciously infused with Christianity, when I pass on from this world, my consciousness still exists. Therefore, my consciousness will exist with what I believe. So if I believe I'm going to heaven, that's where I will be.
So you say you are what you believe
by your own thoughts. So you're saying by your own.
The
thoughts,
consciousness never dies. That's just my belief. The consciousness never dies.
No, you.
So I believe when
your brain dies, my man. Within probably a day.
I mean,
They
I
say
can't. I
20
don't.
minutes, but they never asked the dead guy, "Hey, how long do you remember?"
What it means is it's transferred. Your consciousness is transferred.
Right. Your not necessarily transferred, but it's locked into place. Your brain function might die. Yeah, of course. But I don't think the consciousness that is housed within the brain dies. I don't think so.
So that's I would almost like a soul energy. Maybe it's redistributed.
So now that we've asked all these Judeo-Christian questions, can I ask you some atheist questions?
To a fly.
I'm ready because I know you atheist as shit, and I'm good with that. None of my business, Black Sun. None of my business. You got moonshine? Is that water?
No, that's water. This is water. Oh no, that's
get
water.
the hell out of here. Get fucked.
No. So I'm just curious because in these discussions, I always ask what is the end game? Why is it important? Because I know the end game is for me to look at things in an open mind and be spiritual. I get all that.
You
What
know,
is the importance? Why is
the
a
audience
person
pull up.
that don't believe? Why is that so? Is like a threat to people who believe in God? Is that like? I was always curious about that.
I'm also thinking the same thing, because people like what you're portraying to me
Mhm.
will say on one effect, you know what? I think there might be aliens. Do you think there's aliens, Black Sun?
Yeah, they're called insects.
What the hell?
Where'd that come from? Like a
No,
praying mantis? A praying
Yeah,
mantis?
praying mantis are aliens. Yeah, praying mantis
Yeah.
all what
They're
I
no
call
goddamn alien.
quadrupods. Quadrupods are aliens because they're not
What?
like us. They're not like
Now,
us.
where you get that from, Black Son? Now check this out. Where you get
I
that?
get that from because most of those creatures have 8 legs. We have most of those creatures have 8 legs. We have 2 legs, so they're alien to us.
Yeah, but
And what about
Man, that's
fish?
some of the craziest shit I
I know.
that is moonshine you drink.
It is, right? Yeah.
That is moonshine. Or gasoline.
Insects have always been aliens.
So you're saying spiders are the same way?
Yeah, spiders are alien. Yeah,
Why,
spiders.
why is that? Why is that? Because they got
Because they
8
have 8
legs?
legs. Because they have 8 legs.
What about their eight eyes?
Yeah, that too. They're 8 eyes, right?
Flies.
Do you know the point? Do you know the point of arthropods? Do you know the point of them? What they're for?
Right.
They're pest control, Black Son. They've been here for millions of years
I get
as
that.
pest
I
control.
agree. I
So
agree.
how do you get like I'm confused.
No, when I'm saying alien, I'm saying they're alien to us. That's why the average.
Well, so is Julio at Home Depot. So I don't. That's irrelevant point.
Now, but Julio, if you happen to date Juanita, y'all can have a child together, even though she's
Black Son,
alien.
you know that's crazy, right?
That's not crazy.
It is crazy, bro. Arthropods are nature's pest control. That's what they are.
I get that. No, I get that. But they're alien to us because of their body structure. Them having 8 eyes and 8 legs, that's alien.
But they was here before we were, Black
No,
Son.
I agree. I don't. That still doesn't negate the fact that they're alien to us.
So wait a
That's
minute.
crazy.
What
That's
happened?
That's
crazy.
why most insects look scary to us.
Are they from outer space, Black Son?
No, they're not from outer space.
Okay, they're not aliens, Black Son. They're not aliens.
Okay, well, I was talking alien. Okay, that's cool. You know what? Okay, that's cool.
What we was talking about, man?
No,
we meant not of this world. You knew we meant that. You knew we meant
no. Listen. I mean, yeah, I get it. I mean, if you really want to keep it real, the whole alien concept comes from Hollywood. Let's just keep it real.
No way, man.
Yes, way.
So what about the Mayans and the
What about them?
Mesopotamians?
They were referring to gods.
Not for, even the Native Americans.
The Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki.
They were referring to gods. They weren't referring to aliens. They're referring to gods.
They said people who came from the sky.
That's our English interpretation of those people's culture. Those people were referring to God.
Symbolisms that they had then.
Those symbols were referring to gods. Again, they had pantheons of gods, just like the Hindu religion.
No, seriously. What if
seriously?
No, I'm saying back then in that primitive.
Back then, okay. So
hold on. This is what I'm saying, like almost Planet of the Apes type scenario. Where a human being would go back then and have all our modern technology. You don't think we would be like?
So we're no longer talking about the Mayans, right? Because I have people that descend from them, and they will tell you that was their pantheon of gods. So we're not talking about that no longer, correct? We're talking about something else, right?
Yeah, you ever seen Planet of the Apes?
I've seen Planet of the Apes. Yes, I have.
So you remember I won't say traveled through time, but he got to a new planet. I'm just saying you traveled through time.
You're proving my point. That comes from Hollywood, right? That comes from Hollywood.
Oh my God, I'm just giving you a scenario. Like our modern technology, if we go back then, right, with their primitive intellect, you don't think we would be a godlike to them? Even just us appearing from a ship,
no,
an airplane. So you don't think so?
No.
A man flying, back in the, what in the airplane. Let's just say the the Bermuda Triangle, right?
Again, you're trying to apply Hollywood standards
That's
to
what I'm
humans.
saying. How you blacks in this man, you know, man. Yeah, I
Your
can't-
whole stance comes from Hollywood. It comes
was
from Hollywood and Vine.
it was a scenario.
It
I'm
comes
just saying
that comes from no ancient culture. Those ancient those were their gods, sir.
those were all gods. Huh?
Yeah, all whatever
What?
damn Anunnakis and all that, and they were all gods.
Okay.
Black son,
That
you
was
do
their-
know when the Spanish and the Portuguese came into the Caribbean, it was pockets of those tribes that revered and worshiped the European because of
Right, I do.
gunpowder, right?
Right, absolutely.
So what is that then?
Well, again,
Because they said, hey, look, man, we're gonna put down the hell with our native gods. These white folks over here got stuff shooting out a stick. We're gonna
Right.
worship them.
Good point, guy. I'm glad you made that point. Them Indians started bowing down when the motherfuckers came with cannons and shit. So yeah, you're correct, MD. You're very correct. But see, we leave that.
Okay,
part.
so that goes to Ron's point though.
No. Ron is leaving out the part that a lot of that you're talking about is submission, meaning these motherfuckers got more advanced technology. They're wiping us out. We
They
surrender.
didn't
We're bowing
think-
down. That's what that
They
was.
didn't think it was submission though. They thought it was all powerful. Like how you they see
thought
this-
that shit was magic.
No,
yeah, they
no.
thought it was like, how you doing this? And then you're
How-
killing people? You are a
First-
god. You're
First
killing
of all-
people. You have the
first of
power
all-
to take somebody's life. You don't think that's God like?
I'll let you talk.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so
He's so
again, I don't know if you guys familiar with the term "the victor writes the history," correct?
Yeah, the victor
Okay.
does. Yeah.
Okay, so they're not going to tell you about all, because they don't even do it to African Americans. They're not going to tell you about the Native American uprising against those Spaniards. They're only going to tell you about the ones who bowed down, just like the black people who bowed down. But they're not going to tell you, because I can show you here in American history the African American uprisings that are not in the history. So just like Native Americans, they didn't tell about their history. They didn't tell about the warriors and all that. They just tell about the people that bowed down and they were extra religious. Same template they use on us.
Yeah, we understand they're showing
Okay.
the highlights of their past. We understand that completely.
So
They ain't gonna show the bad.
who's telling you the history is
No,
definitely
think
not?
that-
It's
no.
not Ivan Van Sertima's not telling you that history.
Hold on, no.
Ryan.
You don't think that actually happened? Would you negate
Based
that?
on Ivan,
because of
based
the
on Ivan,
the
based
few
on Ivan
tribes?
Van Sertima, no. Based on Ivan Van Sertima, who studied goddamn Native Americans, no.
Oh my God.
Now,
Well,
he
they was
brings up
pushing
a
the
good
agenda.
point,
Like
Ron.
you naming Ivan Van
That's
Sertima.
right.
We all know Ivan
Right.
Van Sertima was pushing the agenda.
And so was Dr. Ben, and so was Dr. Clark. too,
Yeah,
right?
I agree with that.
Okay, cool. And on the other side of that spectrum, you had Europeans pushing an agenda too, right?
You have to disseminate all of that information and come up with your own conclusion. At the end.
Right. And what I've come up with, I use our history to parallel a lot of the Native American histories, and we have had a lot of rebellions, and they've had a lot of rebellions. Unfortunately, the rebellious African Americans, along with the rebellious Indians, were killed off. And so you had the more submissive Native Americans and African Americans assimilating into society and going with it, along with whatever history they taught. But the real warriors
Wow,
were killed
he
off.
said it right there. He said the same thing that I was bringing up with you earlier, just a while ago, Ron, about what is your beliefs of your people,
Right.
your grandmother, your
Your
great grandmother, and your great great grandmother. He's bringing in the same thing that I was saying
Oh damn, my bad.
about
brother.
how your upbringings, of what your beliefs and what kind of person that you truly are. It's pretty tore up that he's flipping the page. I don't know if he's technically doing that in my face just to show that it's exactly what I was talking about earlier. He's lost
Hey,
because he wasn't
real
here.
quick.
He wasn't here.
Okay, real quick, 420. You're actually incorrect. It was pockets of certain tribes over here in the New World that did worship the white man when he came over here. Likewise, there were pockets of of Sumerian culture, through the Silk Road trade that got all the way to China and did the same thing. You actually had white people, and we gonna put air quotes in that. You actually had white people that bow down and worship certain
more than
dynasties in China.
anything. White people are enslaved so much bigger in this world than blacks than ever.
Agreed. I
White
agree.
people totally enslaved to a factor that doesn't even show a shadow of one soul in comparison in this world.
Well, what
White
I was gonna say
people are
was
super enslaved.
through the Silk Road trade, you actually had quote unquote white people that went to China and worshiped certain dynasties in China
Well, sure.
when they discovered gunpowder in China. They
Sure.
thought that shit
Totally
was
agree.
out of this world. You know what I'm
Totally agree.
saying? Because it was actually the Chinese that originally had gunpowder,
Right.
Well, it was.
just using
They
it for other
made
ways.
the first fireworks. You know, they
Right, correct.
Yeah.
So didn't nobody ever see that shit? They didn't know what the fuck was going on. They was like, man, what is this magical power? You know what I'm saying?
They invented 6F. Most people don't know what fireworks and all that stuff is, but when you have F, that's true gunpowder and sulfur and stuff like that. They totally invented, more than invented. They knew right away that power would be able to harness something protruding and shooting out well before anybody even thought about it. And I don't care if it's, if it's Mandarin, Chinese, whatever you want to call it. And unfortunately, this world has to still, at this day, everybody sitting in this chat right now has a cell phone. And that illuminates on that cell phone from an item that was managed and materialized out of China. Period. If it wasn't for China, go ahead.
No. I was finish out your point. I wanted to address what 420 said.
If it wasn't for China, we'd be nowhere close to where we are today. Me being a ham radio operator, things were taken away from me that I no longer have. When I was a kid, and I said this about Black Sun just a while ago, he doesn't even know what the Russian woodpecker is. It was an insult. It was just that communications today, most people know Marconi. If you don't know Marconi, that was supposedly the guy that invented radio transmissions, where we thought HF radio was no good. You couldn't talk on it. That's why we have FM. Everybody knows what FM is, but they don't even know what it means. It means frequency modulation.
Right. You could alter the frequency. You couldn't do it with
it is alternating. That's correct. AM is you know what I mean. It's frequency.
It's stagnant.
As far as correct. But HF, we threw it away. We thought it ain't no good. Throw it away. But the sun, that's why people believe in the sun as a god. Every 11 years, I already said this earlier, every 11 years, that sun boils. There's a black spot. There's a little black spot on the sun today. It's telling you about time. In what we understand about time anyway, because we can only relevate time in a big globe of fire circling around, and we're circling it every 24 hours. It's what we think time is relative against to which we can understand and comprehend as far as time. But we might be in a black age. We might be in a stone age. We don't even know outside of our universe. But anyway, HF was thrown away.
Let me give you some pushback. Let me
Yeah,
give you
go ahead.
pushback real quick, Chris. And this is why I said earlier, we're just as much relevant as an entity than the sun, the moon, the stars. What about women's ovulation period?
Well,
Does
Every
that's the
that not
same thing.
relegate on time as well?
Good
That
point.
everything is, and that's why I keep on coming back to everything is too perfect in this world to not believe that there is an entity that's stronger and above all of us.
But
So again,
Let me,
why?
Black Sun. I'll ask you this real quick because
Okay.
you don't believe in things like this, and I'll go back to the same thing that I just told you. What, an hour ago? We're 3 hours in. I think it was probably about an hour and a half ago.
Mhm.
You get guys in the room that everybody thinks are smarter than the guy beside them.
Mhm.
Okay, so Black Sun, I'm going to ask you this, just pretty simple. Do you think there's the smartest guy in this entire world, like an IQ that is just untouchable? Do you believe in that?
No.
You don't.
Mhm.
You don't think there's one guy that's smarter than everybody in this entire world?
No.
How
Because
does
it's
that
subjective.
how does that factor?
Because it's subjective based on culture.
No,
It's very
I totally
subjective.
disagree. It has nothing
Okay, you
about
can agree. You
objective
can.
of culture.
you don't think someone that smart could adapt to everyone's culture?
No, sir.
Thank
Plus,
you.
plus
He just said it.
knowledge is
He just said
subjective.
it. Well, yeah, knowledge is but there is a wrong and a right. There is a either a 1 or a 0. So let's go computer talk. There's a 1 or a 0. It's a switch. Computers are made of switches. It's either yes or no for each thing. That
Mhm.
makes a computer. So obviously a computer runs very smart. Everything runs in a metric system. Not in America, which is kind of stupid. We deal with standard. We don't deal with the metric system whatsoever, which is so stupid.
I
I think
love the
Tesla.
imperial system.
I think Tesla should have crushed New York with power to actually achieve. Because today we're stupid. We're stupid. Right now you're
Based
talking
on
through a
what?
device. You're
on-
talking through a device that is taking AC, alternating current, into your computer, into a power supply, which is changing it to DC to be able to stream online right now. So you're just living a lie. Everything's AC. You're changing it back to DC with the power supply. It makes no sense.
Well, AC is you can harness more voltage
A
through AC.
further power because you can actually make a resistor, which is a capacitor, which is outside your house on a pole filled with oil to be able to absorb that charge. Are you telling me
Right.
you can't absorb a charge in DC? You're telling me there's not a guy out there smart enough to be able to harness energy like alternating current and a transformer, which has nothing but oil in it, that consumes that electricity and
Tell you what.
harnesses it.
Tell you what. Would you feel safe with all DC in your house? I don't think that you would,
I do.
unless you want to die.
I do.
Okay.
I can.
I
You
used
know
to be an
why?
electrician, so go ahead.
Okay. Every ham radio in the world existence runs off of what current, sir?
But that's
That's
like
the master
minuscule in comparison to
KGC.
real power.
Oh, really?
That's minuscule. A ham
Oh,
radio.
really?
Come on, like if everything was powered in your house through direct current, you would touch something. It may be a month, it may be a year. You would touch something and you would die.
Dude,
You would die.
I have around me, I'm not joking you, around me myself. Now, of course, I have AC running in here. I have alternating current running in here to convert it to DC. I have literally, and I'm not joking, I have probably about 35 communication devices that's in front of me right now that all run on DC.
But communication
Just like-
devices are they don't need that much amperage. The amperage is what's gonna kill you. If you had a let's say a refrigerator, something that's got big voltage on it, that's gonna require alternating current. If you do that in DC, the amperage is gonna be so much where it's not gonna take much for it to arc and kill you. That's why we use AC.
1 amp kills you. 1 amp.
So again, I ask you the question: would you trust a whole house being in direct current? Because I would.
I would say it's very feasibly
it's too much.
possible.
It's
It
too
is
much
very
amperage going
easily-
through.
Well, there's a lot of amperage going through on AC too.
Well, but it's being dispersed through an alternating current. That's why we use AC.
Correct. Every cycle of every second is 60 cycles. I totally get that. But I'm just saying, you said, I end quote, do you feel safe? They're the key words. With AC, alternating current, you have no emergency communications. None, zero. You don't have me, like 9/11 happened over here. There was not one person that can pick up the phone and call somebody. Not one. There were millions of people in New York trying to make an emergency phone call, to which, if they got through, they got very lucky. Me, dude, I can tap into a satellite right now. I can talk to Japan on a radio that's sitting directly in front of me very easily. That's running on DC. And you know why it's running on DC, Bud?
Because it allows to push.
Because when
I
the
get it.
AC goes out, there's no power, my friend. The only thing you have that's running is your car, which runs on gasoline, which generates power in an event of an emergency. That's it. That's it. And what's going to run that gas station that's out of power? When it's out of power and there's, let's, God forbid, a nuclear strike, Fukushima going on, or TMI, because that's what happened over here in Pennsylvania. I'm part of a what they call TMI awareness. I'm not a first responder, MD. I'm a last responder. That's where I am in the tree of emergency communications. I'm not first, I'm last. And when something happens at like one of our local Army depots or Navy depots, I'm sure you got depots over there as well with silos. Yeah, well, hush hush about it. They don't want you to know about the silos over there. Obviously, we got 17,000 active nuclear devices in the ground. They don't want you to know about that. But anyway, when something goes down, you got to have that DC. It's more important than AC, to be honest with you, to harness that energy in a battery rather than oil. I'm just saying, do you think DC can carry enough emergency power in comparison with the AC? AC is a temporary thing, my man. Once that grid goes down in Canada, especially on the East Coast, these people will go back to the dinosaur world. They don't even know how to fish. They have no clue how to fish or fend for their own selves. I know how to hunt. I got guns. I know how to kill things. I know how to eat. I'll keep on going. These people around here, they'll be out there murdering and killing and all kind of stuff. You won't even be able to trust your own best friend when things go down like that. I don't know about you.
Well, I understand the use of prepping in this application, but to ask that of millions of people in a country is not realistic. So there's that.
Yeah, your best friend better be a best friend. You know, when it comes down to family and means and eating and surviving,
I may
and
be
each
the
to
one
her
that
own.
shoots you in the back.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You might be the one that says, "Hey, Chris, how you doing? I'm just coming over here for a little bit of food, maybe a couple, bullets to protect my family." Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. This world's not ready. We are not ready. We think we're ready. You mute it. You mute it. I don't hear you.
Oh, I'm saying you speak good French. You saying we? How you determine we, sir?
What do you mean by we? What terminology did we say we that you didn't like?
When
You said we are not ready.
you said we are not ready.
Because I don't give a damn about we.
As a whole.
Why should
As
we
a
all be
whole.
ready?
Well, maybe you have a focal point there, to be honest with you, because if we as a whole are ready, we'll just annihilate ourselves. Quite honestly. Black Sun said it a while ago. It's the man that wins. It's the man that wins. It's the man that wins. That conquers. You know? That's some scary
Well,
stuff.
I get that. To the victor
I
goes the spoils. I understand that.
I don't want to shoot my best friend.
Yeah, because
may have to.
That's exactly what I was about to say. But you never know what comes down one day. You have no clue. You have zero clue.
Right, because Chris, you don't even know why you're trying to conquer with the God concept. Like you don't even understand why you even trying to question me on my belief or disbelief. Like that's really important to you, and it bothers you that I don't believe in God, like a lot of other people.
No, it doesn't.
It
It
doesn't
has
bother
no
you?
bearing. It doesn't have any bearing on me whatsoever. What
Why-
I think of you, just the same thing that I said a while ago. What other
Mhm.
people think of you is none of your business.
Okay.
So why if I find that so deeply in my soul that it was passed on from my father,
Mhm.
because believe me, just like I said to Ron, tell me something that was so important to you, because I'm going to entrust that to my son too, and he's going to entrust it in his son, and he's going to entrust it in his son. And the weird thing is, in my mind, what other people think of you is none of your business. To be carried on through many generations. It's just a thorough thought of education for your offspring.
Okay, so maybe not you, but why is it so important for people who believe in God to make sure other people believe in God? That's one thing that's just like how people wonder where we go when we die and how do we get here? My question is, why is it so important for religious people? And I'm not saying you, Chris, but
Right?
just with the God concept to push it on people who don't have the God concept. I've always wondered that.
Well, there's a lot of things that we
should ask
wonder.
conservatives that.
Huh? You're right.
You should ask conservatives.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's not only conservatives.
Black Sun, it's the same thing. The same thing that we talk about religion. You know what I mean? Like what you should be asking people is, do you have a loved one that passed away? They say, yeah. Where is that loved one at? Well, they're either in ashes or they're in the ocean or they're buried somewhere because we're taking so much land with all these bodies that are in the ground. But say someone's in a grave, you go see him. Yeah, I go see him all the time. So you know where he is. Yeah, he's in heaven. No, but you're going to a box. We are so strange, my man. We'll go back to that grave. And even my own self, being a believer of Jesus, go back to that box and have a tear run down my eye, going back and seeing the old man. But I know he's not in that box. It's just a body to which Black thinks in some material way that you can't kill that state of mind or something. That's what I'm trying to understand with MD. I don't follow what he's saying that can be concrete to be everlasting. Is either you believe in a religion that's everlasting, because that body is material. Every material in this world is going to break down. Every simple material is going to break down. That you can't lock it into a time capsule.
Well,
I mean,
let me,
Hey,
Chris.
that's
Why
not
do
true. Go ahead, Ron. Go ahead.
I was going? Why do you go to the grave to see your father when you could just think about him in, like you said,
I
apart?
do that. I do that every day.
No, I know. I'm just saying though, like
Yeah.
if it's just the material, it has to be something that's driving you there. I'm just saying because you could have those thoughts when you're at home and still kind of come up with that tear in your eye. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, why do you think?
Well, that's simple, Ron. But it's the memorialization of it all.
Oh,
He's
We
right.
memorialize these people that was in our lives based on the physical attributes. That's why you got graves in the first place. Which by the way, shouldn't even be, because we're naturally supposed to be going back to the dirt in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But hell, they make it illegal for you to have.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Right. Yeah, and well, that part is naturally true, but it's illegal to bury somebody, quote unquote, unsanitarily. So you can't just throw somebody into the ground.
That's
Legal.
not true.
You know what I'm saying?
That's not true.
That is
You
true.
can do
What are you
that.
talking about?
You can do that in your own land. There's nothing
On your own
anybody
land,
can do.
okay. Well, that you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who's throwing Uncle Joe in the backyard in the dirt? Ain't nobody doing that.
Well, people still do
So
it.
yeah. If you live in West Virginia somewhere and you damn cross-eyed, yeah. But what I'm saying is,
Motherfucker said cross-eyed. What if they're lazy-eyed? They got to be cross-eyed. Or gonna be
well,
lazy-eyed?
that's another genetic aspect. But what
'Cause
I'm
I got a
saying is,
lazy eye. I take that personally. I'm just telling you.
it should. What I'm saying, it shouldn't be legal, in my opinion,
Yeah.
to have an open burial. I don't believe that should be illegal. That's just me.
Chris, he's referring to the ones that play the fiddle and the banjo
So-
up in the goddamn
So he's
mountain.
bad. He's bad with someone putting somebody in dirt, Black Sun. But he okay with them throwing them in a big ass fire and turn them into dust.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I'm just saying I believe that you should be able to legally bury somebody without
get in the
a sanitary method. Yeah, in a vault and all that. Like me personally, if I could afford it, I would want to be one of those trees. You seen the burial tree? That's me. Throw my ass in the ground and plant me. You know what I'm saying? Let me become a tree. But you know, that's just me. But
MD number 21.
what I'm saying is, going back to your point, it shouldn't be so much of a outlook to say, hey, look, consciously we're all connected in such a way that our belief system can dictate subconsciously where we are after we die. I believe,
Yeah, you said that.
again, the brain does die. I don't disagree with that. But I mean, hell, it's even scientific studies, though they may be limited or hell pseudo, that say that your consciousness within your brain gets I guess kind of sort of locked into place based on whatever situation it may be. So with that being, go ahead.
I was gonna say we basically become a zip drive after we pass away, in a sense.
Something like that. Meaning, hell, if I dream having how many virgins is it, Black Sun? 8 virgins or 9?
7.
I may be locked in a place where that's where I pass. You know what I'm saying? If I believe in it,
You know,
to the
that would
point
be
where
nice. Quite honestly, if you can put, what was that? Life Force. Anybody ever watch Life Force?
no, I don't know nothing about that.
Where you physically, I mean, today we're actually pretty close, especially with the bullshit with Facebook and all that, with VR, Oculus. If anybody knows what an Oculus is, number 1, number 2, pretty soon it's going to be an Oculus number 3, which is a VR that you actually put on your head. And I said this just last week to the neighbor. Only if you can harness that VR to actually you can take and record emotions, feelings, sensations, because we're very close to that now.
So
Right.
you
And
saying
record it
almost like
and
Matrix in a sense, where you
well,
feel
Matrix is just a weird anomaly where people believe things can happen
No.
and alter.
no, this is what I'm saying, where you feel emotions through electrical sensations from the mind.
Well, sure, I would have totally agreed to that. And I even know that you're harnessing an egg inside a cell, which is breathing of birth fluids or whatever.
Well, check
and
this
I would
out.
agree with that. That would actually be pretty cool. But you're actually right, even though I took you for wrong there, Ron.
It's all right. It happens.
All right, so check this out. It was a study shown where they did these studies on these people that was in a vegetable like state, and it showed that all of them had, even though the frequencies were different, all of them had these constant brain waves. They weren't like with us. Our brain waves, they ebb and flow. You know what
A
I'm saying?
different frequency, just a different
Right.
frequency. So everybody can
Right.
have a frequency. It just has a different length. Each length, just like radio. You dial
Well,
93.5, that wavelength is 93.5 meters long. That's what makes a frequency. Most people don't even know that.
but
yeah, I mean-
we're able to but we can alternate that frequency based on
Sure.
what we think, what we do,
Sure.
stuff like that.
I
People in
agree.
a vegetable like state can't do that. So it showed this constant frequency, meaning, according to the scientists, that whatever electrical pattern that they had brain wise, even though they were brain dead for the most part, it was a steady flow, meaning the thought, the I guess you could say the natural state of consciousness was steady. So basically saying like, hey,
Yeah, but that's
Like, yeah,
that's
these-
self-given. That's self-given. That's not a true statement. It's only
So
self-given.
what you said? No, I think I understand what MD saying. He was almost like the ignorant is bliss. They don't know nothing, but they're still aware that they're here. Almost.
well, no, not that they're aware that they're here.
But not
They're consciously in a state of constant memorialization of whatever the thought process is before the accident. So what I'm saying, they dead at, you know what I'm saying? They don't know. Let's say they was in a car wreck and they wind up being a vegetable. The same way goes for when we die. It's a constant wavelength. Though our brains may be physically dead, the consciousness of what we perceive ourselves to be is still there. Hell, we could be in a baseball game. We could be, like I said, with the Virgin. It's all about what we believe subconsciously that we are.
So you
most
think
Christians-
a conscience itself never dies? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because I think the consciousness is what drives us. So what I'm saying is, if subconsciously in your heart, in your soul, in your mind, that you believe as a Christian that you're going to heaven, that's where you will be when you die.
I mean, that's
If you
deep,
think
because that
you
means-
fucked
that means
up
someone has to
and
be
you're going to hell,
intelligent
that's where
enough.
you're gonna be at.
What about? I ain't going to use the word too hard.
It's all about the
I don't like
subconscious,
it.
not about the direct thing.
Okay. Well, what about a retard? What about
You
a
don't
gnome?
think they
What
think about stuff?
I don't know what they think about. If they have no
A lot of them
communication, I
have
can't tell you.
childlike minds. After they die, they could be on the playground forever and ever.
Hmm.
It's not about the maturity of the mind. It's about the consciousness in itself.
What about a body without a brain?
Where is that at?
You don't think anything was ever living and had a pumping heart without a head, without a brain?
No,
You don't think
no.
so?
without a head?
Yeah, a baby without a brain.
Well,
no.
yeah, man. Wow, that's a new one.
I'm just asking you. Did you ever hear about baby without a brain?
No.
A sense of philia?
And if it
It's a
was,
serious
it
birth
wasn't.
defect.
Yeah, I don't think
It's something that can't be inanimate. It's inanimate. It may be through some type of genetic, but it doesn't have
So you're
The life
saying
force
when
that
that
means
thing dies, since it doesn't have a congenital
if it ain't got no brain,
understanding of
it
anything,
never was alive.
Yeah, I wouldn't think if it had a brain.
how is it not alive? It's got a heartbeat. It's living.
It's like
It's breathing.
That's BS.
Without
The
a brain,
brain is.
without a brain, it's breathing.
so is the car still?
I don't believe that.
My man, spell this
I'm just
here.
curious.
Google this
Car-
word.
the car with no engine.
ANENCEPHALY. And you tell me what that says.
Okay, not.
I'm telling you
say
that
it
that's
can't
something
be
that's
true, but
that was
this
never alive.
baby's living. This baby's living without a brain, my man.
So you said
That's
something
BS.
Baby.
makes it alive, simply the heartbeat, not the consciousness. It's the heartbeat.
How can a heart beat without a brain? Without just by muscle reaction? What's
saying you
controlling
said
that muscle?
That's
What's
what I'm
controlling the
saying. Like
muscle?
you said it was born without a brain. That's what that's what I'm tripping.
No, I'm stating what D's telling me. If MD's telling me he can't live without, blah, 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 how is this even functional? How's this train run its wheels without steam? I'm just asking.
Through kinetic force, you can have not the steam. If it's moving, it's moving. Electrical impulse is not the same thing as living.
Okay, well, tell me how this baby's breathing, how it's functioning and all that.
I don't believe
the statements that you're telling me.
Wait. Why are you entertaining this? Yo,
Well,
this-
I didn't bring it up. He's telling me what he believes in, and
you've
I'm
been
just
watching too
battling
much
it. I'm
horror
just telling you.
movies.
I'm just battling with whatever he's
You're
saying.
dwelling into the spiritual world, okay? That's what you're doing, and you're trying to make sense out of it and reintroduce it into like the
This
common
dude's a
world.
British guy.
Yeah, what
Simon,
up, Simon?
you British?
Oh, do you have a brain? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, god damn. Like you're going into some other stuff. Make it make sense, in relativity.
That's what I'm
topic.
asking. I'm asking for sense. He's saying that everything can continue to live as long as it's brain. And he says you cannot function without a brain. And I bring up a subject that contradicts to which he is saying.
But
That here's a baby without a brain to which is physically a being. Like, if he's saying that baby's not living, he can physically have someone come up and kill that baby, because that's my next step. If he would have said that baby is not a functional thing, then that would have made you fucked up, because you're already saying no. You're already saying no.
How you just said it wasn't living, so how can it be killed?
Correct. See, Ron gets exactly what I'm saying.
No,
That's the other toss.
That means it wasn't alive in the first place.
that means
If it's a breathing baby, if it's a breathing,
Yo,
functional,
That's not-
heart beating
okay.
baby.
Your
So
premise
you're
is,
saying, so
your
you're saying a
premise
baby
is-
that. Go ahead,
is wrong.
Simon. Let me hear you, because I so love to crush you, because it sounds like you're coming in here very negative against me. So I'm gonna fucking tell you right now, I'm gonna
this
crush
is
you.
man.
Get your anxiety, get
it's
your
a white
anxiety
man
level
hate.
up real high.
He's like, whoa.
It's not white man
He's like,
hate. How
yeah.
are you breeding me? You don't
I
even
can
know
tell.
me.
I can tell.
Oh,
yeah,
you
but
can
why?
tell.
I didn't
you
say.
can
I didn't
tell.
say anything.
You can
against you, bro.
tell. Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, it's a
I'm
white
not going
man
to
hate.
stand there and say that you're British, because I hear you already calling me white. Okay. So
You
I don't
are
know
white,
where
So
right?
so Simon, you say his points are irrelevant, huh?
Yes, that's what he's
No,
saying.
what
Go
I'm
ahead.
not saying it's irrelevant. What I'm saying is he's dragging it to another space. Like he needs to be on point in terms of understanding what he's speaking
Oh,
about.
so
I
you want
understand
me to
what
have one focal point? Is that what you're saying? You don't want me to have an alternative to that focal
no.
point? You want me
is
to
it?
have 1 point and 1 point only?
No,
That's a straight sight
no.
person. I don't look straight. I look all around me, my friend. There's many degrees of views, and I
Yeah,
take every.
you can
Yeah.
argue that, and that's fine.
Yep.
And I could get where you're coming from, but I'm just saying that
Okay,
people
so
don't die.
so bring up
People,
what you're saying.
yo,
What's your
are you gonna let me talk? People
yeah,
do
I'm
not.
asking you, get to the
No,
point.
well,
Just get to
stop
the
your
point.
mouth for a second, bro.
I
Like
am.
people,
Get to your point.
people. I'm trying to make people digest what you're talking about. But the fact is you're going like 5 points into one. Like, and I don't like, and I would think that most people would not get what you're talking about. So all I'm saying is go 1 point at a time, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say this, that, the other, but I can tell you why. I'm not gonna say you're
So,
not.
so Simon, what you're saying is he white man babbling is what you're saying.
It's double speak. It's government double
Oh,
speak.
okay.
So you know, when we have been in these situations, we know what that language looks like. You know, most people won't, but I can tell. But it because I've been in those situations. So all I'm saying to him is get out and go and speak like yourself, like and take 1 point at a time because you know you're not in that work world anymore. It's like these soldiers that think they're still in Vietnam or something. No, just talk, bro. That's all I'm saying. I want to understand your language. I'm listening because you got something to offer me, right?
I have no clue. I don't know your views. Why would you ever ask me if I have
And why are you
something for
talking
you?
if like you have something to offer me? I want to listen to it. But I'm just saying, like in terms of the way you're directing it and speaking, just do it one thing at a time because obviously you got a lot of shit on your chest. So you know that's all. I'm really not trying to be disrespectful.
Chris,
Didn't
basically what
sound
he's
like
saying
that,
is
but
that you're
okay.
babbling and he wants a direct point. Hey Simon, let me
It
ask you,
sounds
do you
like
know a
he's
brother named
accused.
Good God Allah?
Yeah, I don't speak on people's names, but
Oh, you don't know who that is? Okay, I was just asking.
I'm just saying I'm not saying I don't know. I'm just saying I don't speak on people's names.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
I'm gonna listen to you. What are you saying? What about that, brother?
No, I was just asking, do you know he another UK? You muted, Black Son.
No, I was saying, I think, yeah, because you sound like good God a lot. That's why I think that's why he asked it.
Sounds
If
like
I'm
he's
not,
from
No,
Cornwall. I'm just
no,
wondering,
I was
is
just
he
trolling.
close
I
to
was just
Cornwall?
trolling him.
Are you
Mm-hmm.
Simon, are you close to Cornwall?
Say that again. I didn't hear
Are
that.
you close to Cornwall?
Cornwall.
Yeah.
Nah.
No.
But it's interesting that you say that
I
because
think I think I fucked you up a little bit, but go ahead. Please just describe why the word Cornwall and you come up in relevance. Go ahead. I'm listening.
yeah, Cornwall is a very prevalent part of the UK, and they have their own way of doing things,
Yeah, go
irrelevant
ahead.
of the government. So like there's a lot of conversations that go on in terms of like people that want to have their own space. Um, and what it is Cornwall has established themselves as the black county, the black
Mm-hmm.
county, the black community
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
within themselves, although they're not black at all. So it's just you know you could go to Cornwall and you could go surfing. It's actually the highest house prices are in Cornwall. Everyone wants to go to Cornwall because what you're gonna get is peace and soliloquy. That's what you're gonna get.
Where you find yourself. Yeah.
What you can't tell? You can't tell in my accent where I'm from. You think what? Am I from Leeds? Am I from Newcastle? Am I from Glasgow? Am I from Liverpool? Where do you think I'm from? I mean, come on, you could tell in my accent, right?
I have no clue. I have no
Yeah.
clue.
You know,
I've talked to thousands of people in the UK. I talked to thousands of people in Ireland that fight their own selves. I've talked to literally probably 50 million people from Italy because they're all very intelligent. They know how to communicate and they know how to get on the ham radio and either
yeah,
in Morse code or digital or whatever, you know.
Yeah, my daughter's half Italian.
Except you don't call it ham radio, you call it wireless radio. It's
that's a different level. I mean, I don't think people really acknowledge things like that, in a general sense. But I get where you're coming from. Like, have you been to Goa in Italy?
I've never been to Italy, although I have probably about enough people that would most definitely take me in and house me and feed me and take care of me and give me a car and all that. That's the
What
kind of
the hell?
relationships. That's the kind of relationships that I have, all the way down to Sicily, even into the mobster
Right.
areas
Okay.
and stuff like that.
All right. If you know so much about Italy, I'll ask you this question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's lunchtime look like? Is it open or closed?
What do you mean by is lunchtime? What's lunchtime like? Is
Right,
it open
this-
or closed?
I'm speaking
Are
specifically
you,
about.
talking for Americans or are you talking for
No,
Italians?
I'm talking about Italy. You said like you've been to Italy, right?
I never said. I just told you. I'll say it one more time so you can understand. I'll say it very slow.
Okay. So you haven't been to Italy.
I have never been, so you can understand.
Okay, that's cool. I'm
Ever
just saying.
been.
Okay, cool. That's not a problem. I'm just saying, like the culture is very, very different in all these places. Okay.
Sure,
So-
just like Greece. I mean, they used to only work 8 months out of a year, then they would take the vacation. But now, Greece, they work throughout the whole year. But anyway, every
Okay.
culture has its own thing. Yes.
All right. So like in Italy, for example, I'm just gonna let you know, which I find bizarre. And when I went over there, I found even more bizarre because I was literally standing on the street corner trying to work out what the fuck I'm gonna do. Is at lunchtime they shut everything down.
Mhm.
All the shops are shut. All amenities are shut. Like you can't buy nothing. Why? Because the family is sat around the table, and even the younger sibling will actually get to actually experience wine, which we seem, I would say, in particular in America, like a bad thing. The cultivation of wine is not a bad thing. It's actually something that enables us to understand that we can do things from another perspective. Meaning, you could take a grape, crush it, and turn it into something else, which is wholly consumable. You know,
So you understand Italian culture, is that what you're saying?
salute.
Salute.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say I go out and let's
Can't
say
hear you, bro.
an olive picker. Let's say I'm an olive picker, Italian, in
Mhm.
Italy. What
Yeah.
do I have for breakfast? If you're going to talk about food, let's go with real culture. If I'm an Italian
you're-
person,
yo,
I'm going out and I'm picking olives. If I'm going out and picking olives all day, what am I going to have for breakfast?
Well, it depends what kind of farm you're dealing with. I mean, not all
No, I'm just
farmers-
asking you, if you're going old culture, you're talking about food and you're so smart about Italy. If I'm going out and picking olives all
Yo,
day
this ain't
at a
about.
farm,
I'm just talking.
what
to
am
you.
I going to have? Well, no, it sounds like you're telling me that, you're questioning me about, what they do during lunch, which I know they shut the doors. And that's why I said, are you
Listen,
American?
Yo, bro.
But anyway, if you're so smart, I'm just asking you.
what
I'm just
what is
asking
so
you.
smart got to do
If-
with anything? Like the fact that,
No, because you're asking me a question, I'm asking you a question. This is the way it goes, Simon. Okay, I don't know where you brought up, if you're UK, if you're really Britain or not really Britain, or you actually came from, a different island or whatever. It doesn't matter.
you're really
None of my business. You're asking me a question about
Your
my
ass said an
intelligence,
island.
about
You're
culture,
really
about
misrepresenting
culture.
yourself
You're
right
asking me
now,
a
bro.
question.
I'm
Shut
yo,
the fuck up, asshole.
you
Shut
see
the
how you're
fuck up.
talking? You see how you're
Yes.
talking?
Now I'm talking to this because you
Oh,
keep
you're
talking over me,
antagonized.
even though that I
And
shut
you
the
want to
fuck
start
up for
swearing
you.
at me? You want to start
All right.
swearing at me?
Asshole, I'm done with you. You're done. I'm not talking to you anymore. And you can test
You
that all you
see,
want.
you see the problem with people and
Yeah, it's
relationships.
everybody else other than the asshole in the corner.
The
You know what a
people,
wanker? Listen, wanker,
this
you
is
tosser,
yo.
you slang,
I have
you
a thing,
cheese
right?
eating
Where
snozzle
I'm.
monkey.
You
You
see how
lost the pilot.
you see
You
how it
crap
went
cow.
from
You
0
crap
to
cow. You're
100
a
in
Barney.
a
You're a
second.
Barney. You're a Barney.
He
You're a
went
Barney.
he went
Or
from 0
Barney.
to
Okay,
100
all right.
in a minute. Like, and I
Whatever.
have
You don't let other people
the thing
talk.
is,
You're an
my heart
asshole.
goes out to any woman that wants to
He's
rock
going to
with you.
continue talking until
Hey,
My heart
I,
goes out to any woman that wants to
hold
rock
up.
with you.
What happened?
What the fuck is a nozzle monkey? What is that?
Ask him. He'll know. He's a UK slanger. He just keeps on going and going and going and going.
You can't take
Simon,
conversation.
Simon, tell him what that is.
I don't know what that is. I'm just
You
saying.
don't know what a wanker. You don't know what a wanker.
I ain't say wanker. I said nozzle monkey. What is that?
Yeah, he said nozzle monkey. That's what I was
Yeah,
talking
nozzle monkey.
And
What is that?
That's some racist shit.
I don't know. It's a slang. It's a slang in UK.
No, it's some racist shit. That's what it is.
It's a slang in UK.
Sounded a nozzle monkey.
Yeah, I need some clarification. You on the hot seat now. You on the hot seat now, Chris.
I don't know. I was just spitting out some stuff.
You
I
do
looked up
know.
UK slang.
So you went the nigger route is what you just did.
I just did.
Where's Chris from?
And say A. Put it with the A. Don't hit me with the ER.
Where are you
No,
from?
no. We got to hold on now. We got to get some clarification now.
Yeah.
So you just went the nigger route, right?
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
He
All right.
mainly admitted.
All right. Yeah. I ain't going for that. I'm from the South. Ain't no hell no. So reflect on what you just said, and we'll holler back at you in a minute. I needed some clarification with that. Hell no.
Yo.
You've been riding for 3+ hours, and my man come up here and you went left.
He was
Nozzle
always
monkey. What
left.
the fuck?
Yo, you couldn't tell? Like, goddamn. Like, Jesus Christ. Like these, yo, I could see it off a mile. But like, ain't no one hearing me. Like, I was trying to have a conversation with it because I have to. Like in my like work life, in the boardroom, you could see that off a mile. Like, yo, you're over there, I'm over here. Yeah, I'm the only black nigga in here. Okay, cool. Whatever. How come? You want to talk that shit? Okay, cool. You wanna be sideways with that shit? Okay, cool.
Chris, I'm gonna give you a minute to look up nozzle monkey, then I'm gonna let you back up so you can give us a definition.
Nozzle fucking monkey. That's crazy, man.
That's
fucking crazy. How long we've been out here being called fucking monkeys, being compared to animals and all this sort of stuff. At the benefit of who? To push a narrative of what? Like what?
I left for a hot second. What was the conversation about though initially?
This
I don't know what was going on. All I heard was nozzle monkey.
What you say? You don't know what?
Yo, bro, this dude come up here and he's trying to be very pretentious about his intentions. That's what was going on.
Oh, okay. So it was still from that one. Okay, I got you. And he just.
But I don't think you should cut him out. I think like he should. I don't really think it's positive for us to sort of like just cut people out, because what happens is we don't end up having the conversation.
Right.
I need him to understand his own understanding. It's like when we're watching a movie or something, and we're trying to get to the point where, oh yeah, that's the next plot. It's like, okay, cool, yeah, speak your word, bro, and let us understand where you're coming from.
All right, Chris, you back up. All right, we need a clarification on what the term nozzle monkey is. You got the flow. Or did he dip out? You back
He's
on,
there.
Chris.
I don't know what he's doing. Chris, you there? He been putting some people in the cellars or some shit. I mean, yo, Chris, where you at? You getting away with some white shit?
Chris, if you're there, you're back on. Like I said, we waiting on you. I don't know. Are you in Webster's looking up nozzle? I don't know what you're doing. But you're back on.
Yo, we gotta protect ourselves, man. We see this every day, all day, and the thing is, it's like, you know, it's not gonna go away because it's not even people like Chris. Like this, we're a minority to an extent, but we have strength in our own words and our own power. But you know, we gotta be very careful in terms of how we actually direct ourselves.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said again, me, the way I think from a social aspect. Like I said, I'm an individual, so I believe we all control our own destiny in the facet of how we want to live our lives. Right? When you deal with racism, you deal with it from an aspect of not necessarily ignorant, but you deal with it from an aspect of what the reality is in your own aspect of where you live.
Yo,
I don't give a damn about racism because I know it doesn't affect me from the sense of what I want to do. Now from a totality of the collective mindset of blackness, I get it. I never take away from our position that we've been in throughout the annals of history dealing with white folk. I never do that. But what I will say is there's always been countermeasures in the attempt to be not necessarily equal, because I don't think of being an individual as being equal to another person. That's not what it's about. But in the aspect of being free from the chains of the past of what white people did. Now, culturally, when it comes to the aspect of how white people view me, that's where we have an issue. And that's why I got to get clarification on nozzle monkey. And I'm still waiting on Chris to analyze that and break that down. But it don't look like we're going to get it. I don't, like I said, I don't know if he in Webster's. I don't know if he in Oxford. But your ass better get some type of definition from it, because I need to know. Wikipedia, I don't give a damn.
Yo, Chris, are you still here or?
Mom, I'm letting you guys breathe. I'll cut in.
No.
Don't play
Chris,
that
I
way.
asked you a question, Chris.
Oh,
No,
damn.
I'm letting you. I'll let you breathe. You spit whatever you got to spit. I'll be
You
back.
see
in a little
that?
bit. I'll just
Oh my
listen.
Jesus Christ!
Chris,
Listen
I
to
asked
this
you
guy.
a
This
specific
guy comes
question.
in. This guy comes in, insults my intelligence, has no clue anything about Italians other than they take off at lunch, like I'm supposed to be stupid. Okay, that's an insult.
My baby
That's
mother
an
was
insult.
Italian. What are you
He's
talking
still
about?
spitting. He is still spitting. Even though I gave him 15 minutes of just total peace, I'm going back to total peace.
You're blacking out.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
All right, cool. I'm gonna bounce out. You can speak your sense. And shout out to Conscious Moron. Shout out to
All right.
MD20.
All right, peace out.
I'm gonna let this dude speak his piece. I'll you know, we die another day, okay?
It's all good. It's all good.
And I said, because this guy supposedly knows French, cheese eating surrender monkeys. If you don't understand that, look up French, what exactly the meaning is. You heard
But you can't
nozzle.
just tell us though, Chris. You can't
You
just
heard nozzle and whatever you thinking in your own brain. Me, I was blown away. I had to walk away and have a smoke because you actually physically said, I said, cheese eating surrender monkey. Look up them words in Google. I don't need to look them up.
I'm not looking up anything. I need for you to explain to us what it is.
It's just a French terminology, my man. It's just I can sit here for a long time about cheese eating surrender monkey all day long, but if you don't look it up, you won't understand exactly what. Okay, there you go. Then you won't learn. Then you won't learn.
Well, there's nothing for me to learn because I don't give a damn about Italians. I don't care. But what I'm telling you
Simpsons, you don't watch the Simpsons?
Man, I ain't got time to watch TV, bro.
There you go. There you go. Okay, there you go. Then you know, I can't help you build your brain unless you're going to consume what it actually means to understand it. It's a standard. What is a standard French surrender stereotype?
Again, it's of no significance to me. I tell you what is a stereotype,
and it isn't to me either, and that's why I called him that. That's why I you know, I guess he's gone now, so it doesn't even fucking matter because the guy wouldn't even let me breathe. He wouldn't let me breathe. He wants to stand there and spit all day long. Now, even you know what I mean. Even Son would say, okay. And he took a 20-minute timeout or 40-minute, whatever it was, you know, to rebel and have a decent dialogue. He doesn't want me to have a dialogue. So therefore, you don't want me to have a dialogue, you go ahead and spit on your own. Talk your shit. That's all he was doing. He was just sitting there talking his shit. And I was quite honestly, I was tired of it. What do you do to an idiot that you can't talk to?
You call him a monkey, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what you did. So again,
a cheese eating surrendering monkey. Yeah.
I don't care what the context is as opposed to a cultural term. I don't care.
Okay.
You and I both know. You and I both know the negative connotation to that.
Do you know what? All right. Do you know what a git is?
GIT. Do that got something to do with American culture? I don't. You talking about a jit?
No, he was not talking about American culture, was he?
Well, he's not American, so why would he?
That's correct. So I had to take it to his own house, and call him a git.
So you know what the terms mean in that culture. So that's what Blackson's asking you ultimately. What does that mean in that culture?
It means he's an idiot. He's a Polak. He's a plonker. A plonker. A pillock. Pillock.
I mean, I didn't hear. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Here. Google this. What is a git? GIT. It's an idiot. Okay. What is a pillock? That's a PILLOCK. You know what that means? What that means? It means he's an idiot. What's a plonker? In his hometown, it means he's an idiot. What's a prat? In his hometown, it means he's an idiot.
What's a monkey?
I
mean, I'm still trying to get to that point. I'm trying to keep from not going in because I'm trying to get clarification.
All right, Mankey, MAKEY, just means that you're disgusting.
That ain't what you said.
Yeah,
I didn't say that. I said 50 times now, my man. What exactly? It's the cheese eating. Okay. You can take it whatever way you want. I am bringing home. Where does cheese come from, my man? Italian, right? And the only way
Wisconsin.
he's going to
it was that's it. I'm sorry.
you taking it to a full of a scenario of racism that is just mind blowing. And I had to walk out and have a cigarette. I'm like, this motherfucker here thinks I'm talking about racism.
Why when we as black
Dude,
people,
I sat when I was a kid, I sat in the back of the bus to be with my best friend. Do you think I have time for racism?
yeah,
You had
Do
time
you
for it when you
honestly
talk.
think
but let me shut up because
you take one motherfucking word and use it against me in a judgment of your own brain and terminology of what that thing actually is, and you're using it in a way that just, dude, I use that terminology as a slang of what he uses and he understands. I'm blown away, quite honestly. You
All
can
right,
call
so
me
here's
racist,
your
black.
homework assignment.
What do you think? What? No, I don't have no homework assignment.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
you do,
what I did. No, you, brother. No, I don't. You won't even
brother.
take a minute. You won't even take a minute to look those things up to which I told you, which would score you, and you're telling me to do some work. Get the fuck out of here.
All right,
What
let
are
me
you
do it right
on?
now. Let me do it right now.
What are you on? What are you telling me to do
Let me
homework
see.
that I gave you the
Monkey.
answers to the test? I gave you answers to the test. Go ahead.
Turn. Let me.
Talk
I'm
about,
no. I'm
talk,
looking up
talk
right
about
now.
your
Monkey
monkey.
turn in Italy.
I already gave you all the answers to the test. Even Simpsons. I had to bring it down to a grade level, a freaking fifth grader.
Let's see. Let's see what we got here.
Cheese eating surrendering monkey. Cheese eating surrender monkey. I'll say it 50 million times.
Say a bear, monkey nozzle, some type of tool. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see here.
And someone told me he spoke French, right? Did Son tell me he spoke French, or was it somebody else on it? I don't even know. I was just spitting out stuff, you know. From what?
Listen. At the end of the day, this is what you need to do. You just need to admit that in your fit of rage, because he wouldn't allow you to speak, you called him a derogatory term. Ain't no problem with that.
No, it's not a derogatory. You lost. You're just lost.
I'm lost. After you talked about the man eating cheese and being the monkey, I'm lost.
Okay, there you go. Let me rephrase that, because you're not lost. You're confused. That's all it is. And maybe it's my intellect. I'm not going to say I'm smarter than you, because you just said it a while ago. I turned out and have a smoke, and I still had the volume up. You know that one man does not judge another man, because I don't either. I think it's not right. I think it's totally wrong to view somebody's brain that they are under you or over you. Quite honestly, it goes both ways. It doesn't have one way. That dude would not let me breathe, and I don't like him. I'm telling you up front right now. Me and him will never be friends. If you can't hold your tongue for the respect of another person when you're downgrading them, no, I'm sorry, no, not happening. Zero. You don't get no respect.
Well, on that note, man, I'm finna get up out of here. I gotta get up in the morning. So
I don't blame you.
Ryan, Blackson said his power went out. So
all right, we're about to end it. Yeah, we can, man. We'll do this again.
All right, that's what's up, man.
I just
Chris,
feel bad that I feel bad that I had to defend myself about two guys that I thought was totally just about on my side about a cheese eating. Like, what the? It's a terminology. It's a terminology. It's not even ours. It's a UK and French thing. That's all it is. It's not even an insult over the black culture.
Well, I will tell you that I was unable to validate that term, and I'll go about and go ahead and saying that you did use a derogatory term against him because you got frustrated. So,
my man, if you can't Google cheese eating surrender monkeys, then I can't help you.
Check this out. Before I
I
leave, I'm
can't.
gonna do it right now.
All right, man. We're going, Chris, about to end. And so we appreciate you pulling up. Hopefully we'll see you again. Maybe we won't, but hey, if not, we enjoyed the little convo. Blackson, you got any final thoughts? Huh? I mean, not Blackson.
Oh no. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Nah, man. Hey, appreciate everybody tuning in to the show, man. And then I guess I'll see y'all on the next one, man. Y'all know I be on the road, so I try to get them in when I can.
All right, man. We appreciate you. Stay safe out there. Y'all have a good night.
All right, peace, y'all.
Peace.